glorious history to fall asleep. The Start Button by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Great Beige Awakening. I have often said that the only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd rather not. It appears that by the year of our Lord 1895, or rather 1995, for the centuries have a way of slipping past like a greased pig at a county fair. The human race has decided that the only way to achieve progress is to sit perfectly still in a hard-backed chair and stare into a glowing box until their eyeballs resemble two poached eggs left out in the sun. I found myself standing in a world that had suddenly, and without any discernible reason, decided that the pinnacle of aesthetic achievement was the color of a discouraged mushroom. They call it beige. Every desktop, every monitor, every keyboard, and every soul-sucking office cubicle was bathed in this putty-colored uniformity. It is the color of neutrality, the color of a man who has no opinions and intends to keep it that way. In my day, if a man bought a piece of machinery, he wanted it to look like it could pull a stump out of the ground, or at least withstand a direct hit from a cannonball. But the citizen of 1995 wants his technology to look like a very expensive piece of Tupperware. The atmosphere in the early months of this year was thick with a peculiar electric tension. It wasn't the tension of an impending war or the arrival of a great comet, though we've had those too, but the tension of a software launch. I am told the world is waiting for Windows 95. To hear the pundits tell it, this software is not merely a collection of mathematical instructions designed to tell a processor how to behave. No, it is a spiritual awakening. It is the New Testament, delivered on a stack of 13 high-density floppy disks. I spent a good deal of time observing the floppy disk, a name which I find to be a most egregious lie. In my youth, a lie was a simple thing. You said you didn't eat the pie when your face was covered in cherries. But the modern age has perfected the technical lie. The floppy disk is, in fact, quite rigid. It is a square piece of black plastic that does not flop in the slightest. If you were to attempt to flop it, you would simply snap it in twain and lose your tax returns. It is a save icon that has somehow escaped into the physical world, a relic of a time when we still believed that information should have a weight and a shape. The ritual of the installation is perhaps the most profound test of human patience ever devised. I watched a gentleman, a sensible man or so he seemed, attempt to install a program. He sat before his beige altar and inserted Disk 1. The machine made a noise like a coffee grinder suffering from a severe existential crisis. A little bar appeared on the screen, a progress bar, which moved with the agonizing slowness of a glacier retreating after an ice age. When the bar finally reached the end, the machine didn't celebrate. It didn't offer a celebratory whistle or a puff of steam. It simply demanded Disk 2. And then Disk 3. By Disk 7, the gentleman's eyes had taken on a glazed, hypnotic quality. By Disk 12, he looked like a man who had seen the face of God and found it to be made of silicon and magnetism. He was a slave to the insert disk prompt, a mechanical serf in the kingdom of Microsoft. And who is the king of this kingdom? A lad named Bill Gates. I have seen many a tycoon in my time, men who built railroads with their bare hands and stole half of Pennsylvania before breakfast. But Mr. Gates is a different breed of brigand. He does not wear a top hat or carry a gold-headed cane. He wears spectacles and a sweater that looks like it was knitted by a grandmother who was angry at him. He has realized the greatest trick of the century. You do not need to own the land, the silver mines, or the steamships. You only need to own the standard. If you can convince the world that they must speak your particular brand of gibberish to talk to their own machines, you have won a victory that would make Napoleon weep with envy. The talk of the town is the information superhighway. I find the metaphor delightful, if entirely inaccurate. A highway, in my experience, involves dust, the occasional dead horse, and a clear sense of where you're going. This digital version is more like a vast, invisible swamp where you can wander for hours and end up exactly where you started, only with a headache and a strange desire to buy a pager. They say you can surf the web, but from what I have seen, most people are simply drowning in a sea of under-construction banners and blinking text that would give a lighthouse keeper a seizure. The world is trading its physical reality for a 32-bit digital simulation. In the old days, if you wanted to send a letter, you dipped a pen in ink, poured your soul onto a piece of parchment, and trusted a man on a horse to deliver it. Now, you type a few lines of email, click a button, and it vanishes into the ether. There is no smell of paper, no smudge of ink, no tactile proof that you have communicated at all. It is a ghostly transaction. We are becoming a nation of specters, communicating through glowing screens in the dead of night. I visited a local computer store, which is a place where the young men with the very little sunlight in their complexions explain things to you in a language that sounds like English, but is actually a sophisticated form of mockery. "Does it have a CD-ROM?" one asked me. "My dear boy," I replied, "I have a library of 3,000 volumes, none of which require a laser to read, and all of which can be used to prop up a sagging table in an emergency. Can your CD-ROM do that?" He looked at me as if I were a particularly uninteresting fossil. He told me that the CD-ROM could hold an entire encyclopedia. I told him that I had never met a man who needed an entire encyclopedia at 3 o'clock in the afternoon while sitting in his pajamas. But the youth of 1995 seems to think that the accessibility of information is the same thing as the possession of wisdom. It is a common mistake. A man can own a compass and still be hopelessly lost in his own backyard. The anticipation for August 24th, the day the start button arrives, is reaching a fever pitch. It is a cultural revolution disguised as an operating system. I suspect that once that button is pressed, there is no going back. We are clicking our way into a new century, one where we will spend more time managing our folders than we do tending our gardens. I sat on a park bench recently and watched a man playing with a Game Boy. He was oblivious to the birds, the trees, and the young lady who was clearly trying to catch his eye. He was focused entirely on a tiny gray screen where a small plumber was jumping over mushrooms. It occurred to me then that we are witnessing the great Beige awakening. We are waking up to a world where our distractions are more vivid than our lives. The steam engine gave us the ability to move our bodies across the continent at terrifying speeds. The telegraph gave us the ability to move our thoughts across the wires. But Windows 95? It promises to move our very existence into the machine. It is a start button for a journey into the unknown, and I, for one, am glad I brought my own tobacco. The air in the digital world is remarkably clean, but it lacks the flavor of a good cigar and the grit of an honest day's work. As the sun sets over this beige horizon, I realize that the world is no longer waiting for the next great orator or the next great poet. It is waiting for the next update. It is waiting for the humming to stop and the clicking to begin. And as I watch the progress bar of 1995 slowly crawl toward the right side of the screen, I cannot help but wonder, once we reach 100%, will we even remember what we were trying to install in the first place? Probably not, but I hear the second disc is even better than the first. Chapter 2. The Trial of the Century Ends. There is a long-standing theory, usually propagated by people who own very large libraries and very small social circles, that the courtroom is a temple of logic, a place where the cold, hard facts are weighed in the scales of justice with the precision of a diamond merchant. Having spent a considerable portion of my own life watching the human animal in its natural habitat, I have found this to be a most charming piece of fiction. In reality, a courtroom is a theater, and in the year 1995, the theater was piped directly into the living rooms of every citizen from Maine to Monterey. Whether they invited it in or not, I speak, of course, of the Simpson trial. It was a spectacle of such gargantuan proportions that it made the ancient Roman gladiatorial games look like a quiet afternoon of needlepoint. For 9 months, the American public was treated to a drama that had everything: a fallen hero, a pair of leather gloves that seemed to have a mind of their own, and a collection of lawyers who possessed enough ego to provide buoyancy for a sunken battleship. I observed this phenomenon from the comfort of a velvet armchair, staring into the glass hearth that sits in the corner of every modern parlor. This television is a curious invention. It has the power to turn a private tragedy into a public carnival. In my day, if you wanted to see a hanging or a trial, you had to saddle your horse and ride into town. You had to smell the dust and the sweat of the crowd. Now, you can witness the collapse of a man's reputation while eating a ham sandwich in your nightshirt. It is a terrifyingly efficient way to consume misery. The cast of characters in this legal opera was truly remarkable. There was the judge, a gentleman named Ito, who seemed to be presiding over a classroom of particularly unruly and expensive children. Then there were the attorneys. I have a long-standing relationship with the legal profession, mostly involving them taking my money to tell me I shouldn't have said the things I said, but even I was struck by the sheer gallantry of these talking heads. The prosecution and the defense didn't just argue points of law, they performed them. They treated the jury like a fickle audience at a vaudeville show. There was Mr. Cochran, a man who understood the power of a rhyming couplet better than most poets I've known. "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit," he famously declared, referring to a glove that had allegedly shrunk, or perhaps just decided to go on strike. It was a masterpiece of nonsense. If I had known that the secret to American jurisprudence was a simple rhyme, I would have spent less time studying the Constitution and more time reading Mother Goose. But the most fascinating aspect of this trial of the century, a title, I might add, that is handed out about once every 3 years by the newsman, was the creation of the electronic jury. By the time the actual 12 jurors were sequestered in their hotel, 300 million other people had already reached a verdict. We were a nation of armchair experts. Every barber, every blacksmith, and every stay-at-home mother was suddenly an authority on DNA evidence, hair follicles, and the structural integrity of Italian footwear. The media, sensing a goldmine, turned the news into infotainment. This is a wretched word, a hybrid of information and entertainment. Much like a mule is a hybrid of a horse and a donkey, it has neither the grace of the former nor the utility of the latter, and it spends most of its time braying at nothing. They brought in legal analysts to tell us what we had just seen with our own eyes, as if we were too dim-witted to understand a man shouting at another man without a professional to translate it for us. And then came October the 3rd. The morning of the verdict, the world simply ceased to function. I am told that the productivity of the United States dropped to a level not seen since the Great Depression, though for much sillier reasons. Long-distance telephone calls plummeted. People stopped walking their dogs. Even the stock market, that great barometer of human greed, held its breath. Approximately 150 million people tuned in at 10 o'clock in the morning to hear two words. I sat there watching the clock. It was a moment of profound collective insanity. For 10 minutes, the entire machinery of the modern world, the computers, the cars, the information superhighway, was nothing more than a backdrop for a clerk reading a piece of paper. It was a reminder that for all our silicon chips and satellite dishes, we are still a species that loves a good hanging, or at least a good acquittal. When the words "not guilty" were uttered, the reaction was not a single sound, but a great bifurcated roar that split the country right down the middle. I have seen many a division in my time. I have seen the Mason-Dixon line carved in blood and bone, but this was a different kind of chasm. It was a division of perception. One half of the country saw a triumph of justice over a corrupt system, while the other half saw a travesty of law bought and paid for by celebrity. The most striking thing to me was not the verdict itself, but what it did to our sense of reality. The trial had been going on so long that it had become more real than the world outside. People knew the names of the witnesses better than they knew the names of their own congressmen. They knew the layout of the crime scene better than the layout of their own local library. We had traded our civic duty for a seat in the front row of a tragedy. I found myself reflecting on the electronic jury once more. In this new age, a man is no longer tried by his peers. He is tried by 1,000 cameras and 1,000,000 opinions. The truth is no longer a solid thing you can hold in your hand. It is a flicker on a screen, a bit of static in the air. We have developed a way to witness everything and understand nothing. As the cameras finally pulled away from the courtroom and the experts began their post-mortem, I turned off the glass hearth. The silence that followed was heavy. It occurred to me that we had just participated in a great national experiment in voyeurism. We had peeked through the keyhole of a grieving house for 9 months, and we were surprised to find that we didn't like what we saw. The trial was over, but the circus had merely moved to a different tent. The lawyers would write books, the witnesses would go on talk shows, and the start button, that little gray rectangle of the future, would continue to hum, waiting to offer us a new distraction, a new scandal, and a new way to ignore our neighbors. I lit a cigar and looked out the window. The world was still there, stubbornly physical and remarkably indifferent to the verdict. A cat was chasing a bird in the garden. A man was delivering the mail. It was a comforting sight. For a moment, I had forgotten that life continues even when the television is turned off. We are a peculiar lot, we humans. We spend centuries building systems of law and order only to tear them down for the sake of a good story. We demand the truth, but we're much more interested in the exclusive interview. And as I watched the smoke from my cigar drift toward the ceiling, I couldn't help but think that if this was the trial of the century, the next 100 years are going to be a very long and very loud series of disappointments. But at least the gloves didn't fit. In a world of uncertainty, I suppose we must be grateful for the small mercies, even if they come in the form of a poorly sized accessory. Sleep well, dear reader. The world is still beige, the lawyers are still talking, and the progress bar is still moving. But for tonight, the gavel has fallen, and the theater is dark. Let us hope that tomorrow brings a story with a little more soul and a little less rendering power. Though, knowing the human race, I wouldn't bet my best hat on it. Chapter 3. The Shadow over the Heartland. I have spent a great deal of time in my various lives contemplating the curious architecture of the human spirit. It is a structure built of equal parts sublime genius and inexplicable raw stupidity. We are a species that can invent a telescope to peer into the very eye of God, and then use the same glass to see if our neighbor is neglecting to weed his turnip patch. We are, in short, a masterpiece designed by a committee that couldn't agree on the color of the drapes. As the spring of 1995 began to bloom, bringing with it the usual allergens and an unusual amount of talk regarding Pentium processors, I found myself musing on the supposed safety of the modern world. We had been told by the men in the fine suits and the ladies with the perfectly lacquered hair on the evening news that we were entering a new world order. The Cold War had thawed out. The Berlin Wall had been reduced to souvenir paperweights. And we were all supposedly zooming toward a digital utopia, where the only thing we had to fear was a slow modem connection or a particularly stubborn paper jam. The American heartland was held up as the fortress of this security. It is a term I find endlessly fascinating. Geography, it seems, is a romantic endeavor. The heartland is that vast, rolling middle of the country where the corn grows tall enough to hide a small army, and the people are said to possess a common sense that is conspicuously absent on either coast. It is perceived as a place of sturdy silos, Sunday socials, and a quietude so profound you can hear a secret being kept from 3 counties away. It is the place where nothing ever happens, which is why everyone there is so very busy talking about what happened 40 years ago. But on the 19th of April, at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the heartland discovered that a fortress is only as strong as the world outside its gates. I was observing the world through the usual glass hearth when the images began to flicker in from Oklahoma City. A federal building, one of those grand beige monuments to bureaucracy that looked like they were designed by a man who had a lifelong phobia of curves, had been hollowed out as if by the thumb of a vengeful giant. It was a sight that defied the logic of the information age. We were supposed to be in a time of surgical precision, of bits and bytes and invisible signals. Yet here was the ancient, jagged reality of a physical explosion. It turns out that while the great minds of our era were busy trying to figure out how to put a browser on a desktop, a disgruntled young man had figured out that you could do a staggering amount of damage with a rental truck and a few tons of fertilizer. There is a profound, albeit dark, irony in that. Fertilizer is intended to make things grow. It is the very essence of life and bounty, the stuff of the heartland soil. To turn it into a tool of absolute desolation is a trick of the devil that would make a Mississippi riverboat gambler tip his hat in grim respect. It reminds us that man's capacity for perverting the useful into the lethal is perhaps his most consistent talent. Give a man a plow and he'll feed a village. Give him a grievance and a little chemistry, and he'll leave a hole in the sky. The nation recoiled. It was a different kind of shock than the one we felt during the O.J. trial. That had been a circus. This was a funeral. We watched the smoke rise, and for a moment, the start button didn't seem so important. The information superhighway was suddenly cluttered with the debris of a very real, very dusty street. I observed the talking heads on the television as they scrambled to find a villain. In the first few hours, they pointed their fingers toward the east, toward foreign lands with difficult names and different gods. It is a comforting habit, isn't it? To assume that evil is an import. We like to think that our homegrown malice is of a milder variety, the kind that results in a heated argument at a town hall meeting or a strongly worded letter to the editor. We don't like to admit that the jagged edges of human hatred can be sharpened right here in the garage, between the lawnmower and the Christmas decorations. When it was revealed that the perpetrator was a clean-cut veteran, a lad who looked like he could have been selling insurance or fixing your carburetor, the silence that fell over the country was heavier than the Oklahoma heat. It was the silence of a man realizing the call is coming from inside the house. I sat in my chair and thought about the fragility of peace. We spend our lives weaving a web of civility, building cities of glass and stone, and convincing ourselves that we have evolved past the cave. We have civil rights, we have global markets, and we have multimedia PCs. But all of it, the whole magnificent clattering structure of civilization, rests upon the fragile assumption that our neighbor doesn't want to blow us up. It is a social contract written in pencil, and there will always be someone standing by with a very large eraser. The news began to fill with stories of heroism, because that is what we do to keep from screaming. We focus on the firemen, the nurses, and the strangers who dug through the rubble with their bare hands until their fingernails were gone. It is a beautiful, desperate instinct. We try to balance the scales. We think that if enough people show kindness, it will somehow cancel out the one man who chose the opposite. I am not sure the math works out, but I suppose it's the only way to get to sleep at night. As the days passed, the heartland became a metaphor for the American soul, wounded, bewildered, but stubbornly insistent on its own resilience. There was a great deal of talk about healing, a word that has been used so much in the 20th century that it has lost almost all its flavor. You don't heal a hole in the earth, and you don't heal the loss of a child with a televised vigil. You simply learn to live around the scar. I noticed that the digital world, for all its vaunted power, was remarkably useless in the face of such a tragedy. You cannot download comfort. You cannot click away grief. The information superhighway is a marvelous thing for checking stock prices or looking up the population of Madagascar, but it is a lonely place to be when your heart is breaking. In the end, the people of Oklahoma City didn't turn to their computers. They turned to each other. They held hands, they shared bread, and they stood in the rain. It was a very old-fashioned way to survive, and I found it more impressive than anything Microsoft had planned for August. This chapter of 1995 was a somber meditation, a shadow that stretched across the Beige awakening. It reminded us that the future is not just a destination of shiny gadgets and faster processors. The future is also a place where the old ghosts of the past, resentment, paranoia, and the peculiar madness of the solitary man, are waiting for us. No wall is thick enough to keep them out, and no software is sophisticated enough to debug the human heart. I remember looking at the image of the survivor tree, an American elm that had withstood the blast, charred and tattered, but still rooted in the soil. It was a much better symbol for the year than a gray start button. It suggested that while we are busy trying to install the next version of our lives, we might want to make sure our roots are still deep enough to hold us when the wind starts to howl. By the end of April, the smoke had cleared, the funerals had been held, and the news cycle began to drift back toward the trivial. There were new movies to discuss, new candies to vote on, and the trial of the century was still grinding along in California like a slow-motion train wreck. We are a resilient species, yes, but we are also remarkably distractible. We have to be. If we carried the weight of every tragedy with us, we'd never find the strength to click continue. So, I turned my attention back to the digital frontier, but I did so with a slightly heavier heart. I realized that the 32-bit world we were building was just a thin veneer over an ancient and unpredictable Earth. We were trading our reality for a simulation, but the simulation would always be interrupted by the occasional violent reminder that we are made of flesh and blood, not ones and zeros. The shadow stayed with us, a long, cool finger of reality reaching out from the heartland to touch the information superhighway. It told us that we could run as fast as we liked toward the 21st century, but we would be taking ourselves with us. And that, my dear reader, is both the best and the worst news I can give you. Now, let the hum of your cooling fan be a lullaby. The world is a dangerous place, filled with jagged edges and rental trucks, but for tonight, you are safe in the beige glow of the present. The progress bar is still moving. The heartland is still there beneath the stars, waiting for the corn to rise again. And I shall be here, watching the smoke of my cigar drift into the digital ether, wondering what we will decide to blow up or build tomorrow. Sleep now. The start button is waiting for the morning, and the morning is a long way off. Chapter 4. The Toy Story. Revolution. I have lived through many a revolution in my time. I have seen the revolution of the steam engine, which promised to make the world smaller while making the noise considerably larger. I have seen the revolution of the telegraph, which allowed a man to be insulted by someone in a different time zone with unprecedented speed. But in the late autumn of 1995, I witnessed a revolution that took place entirely inside a box of mathematics, and it involved a plastic cowboy with a pull string and a delusional spaceman who believed he could fly. I was lured into a darkened theater a place that, in this modern age, smells primarily of artificial butter flavoring and the crushed hopes of people who paid $12 for a box of chocolate-covered raisins to witness a thing called Toy Story. Now, I have always been a fan of the theater, provided the actors don't mumble and the seats aren't populated by people who feel the need to narrate the plot to their disinterested spouses. But this was different. There were no actors. There were no sets built of plywood and prayer. There was only the rendering power of a company called Pixar. Rendering, as I understand it, is the process by which a collection of very expensive computers spends several weeks thinking about a single frame of film until it decides exactly how light should bounce off a digital teapot. It is a laborious way to achieve a result that a talented man with a paintbrush could accomplish in 20 minutes while drinking a glass of gin. But the modern age is nothing if not a monument to doing simple things in the most complicated way possible. As the lights dimmed and the flickering light of the projector hit the screen, I prepared myself for a silicon sheen that would surely lack a soul. I have always been suspicious of machines that try to mimic the human touch. Give me a hand-drawn cartoon any day, a thing where you can see the slight wobble of the artist's hand, the occasional smudge of ink, the flicker that reminds you a living, breathing, coughing human being was behind the curtain. I feared that by handing the pen over to the computer, we were trading the hand-drawn soul for a kind of sterile plastic perfection. And yet, within 10 minutes, I found myself utterly and embarrassingly captivated. The story involves a group of toys that come to life when their owner, a boy named Andy, leaves the room. It is an old conceit, of course. Man has always suspected that his possessions are mocking him the moment he turns his back. I have often suspected my own fountain pens of conspiring to leak specifically when I am wearing my best white suit. But to see it realized with such crystalline clarity was a shock to the system. The protagonist is a cowboy named Woody. Now, I know a thing or two about cowboys. I've spent time in the territories. I've seen men who could skin a coyote with a look and ride a bucking bronco into a sunset without spilling their whiskey. Woody is not that kind of cowboy. He is a toy, filled with stuffing and possessed of a voice that sounds remarkably like a young man who has spent too much time in a recording booth. But he has the heart of a pioneer. He is the old guard, the leader of the bedroom floor, a relic of a simpler time, when a boy's imagination was fueled by a leather holster and a tin star. And then comes Buzz Lightyear. Buzz is the new frontier. He is a space ranger made of high-impact plastic, equipped with a laser that is actually just a blinking red light and wings that pop out with a mechanical snap that would make a Swiss watchmaker weep with joy. He represents everything 1995 was trying to be: shiny, electronic, and convinced that it could fly even though it was clearly just falling with style. The conflict between the two is a perfect microcosm of the year itself. It is the struggle between the hand-drawn past and the silicon future. Woody is jealous, petty, and deeply human in his insecurities. Buzz is delusional, heroic, and entirely unaware that he is a mass-produced product of a factory in Taiwan. It is a masterpiece of characterization, achieved not despite the computers, but somehow through them. I sat there, my jaw slightly agape, watching the way the light glinted off Buzz's helmet. I realized that the rendering power was not just a technical trick. It was a new way of seeing. The animators, or programmers if you must be pedantic, had found a way to give life to the inanimate. They had captured the texture of a carpet, the scuff on a wooden floor, and the terrifying, chaotic energy of a neighbor's dog with a realism that was almost unsettling. But the true genius of the thing was not the pixels. It was the writing. It turns out that a computer, no matter how many millions of calculations it can perform per second, still requires a human to tell it a joke. And the jokes were marvelous. They were sharp, witty, and possessed of a cynical edge that kept the adults in the audience from checking their watches. I found myself laughing at a piggy bank with a gambling problem and a dinosaur with a crippling lack of self-confidence. As I watched Woody and Buzz navigate the perils of a moving van and a psychotic child who liked to perform surgery on his toys, I realized that I had been wrong about the silicone sheen. The soul wasn't in the ink or the paint. The soul was in the story. A machine can render 1 billion leaves on a tree, but it cannot make you care if the tree falls down. That requires a writer. It requires a heart that understands loss, friendship, and the peculiar terror of being replaced by a newer model. The Toy Story revolution was the moment the world realized that the information superhighway wasn't just for spreadsheets and emails. It was a place for dreams. It was the birth of a new kind of mythology, one where the start button wasn't just a way to open a document, but a way to open a portal into a world that felt more vivid than our own. I walked out of the theater into the cool night air, the smell of popcorn still clinging to my coat. I looked at the beige world around me, the dull cars, the square buildings, the tired people, and I felt a strange sense of disappointment. The real world looked a little bit low resolution compared to what I had just seen. We were living in a 32-bit reality, while Pixar was already living in the 64th dimension. It occurred to me that we are all, in a way, like Woody. We are standing on the bedroom floor of history, clutching our pull strings and our leather holsters, watching as the space rangers of technology land in our midst. We are terrified that we will be relegated to the bottom of the toy chest, forgotten and dusty, while the world moves on to something shinier and more electronic. But Toy Story offered a bit of comfort. In the end, Woody and Buzz realize that they aren't enemies. They are both just toys, and their only purpose is to be there for the child who loves them. Perhaps that is the lesson for us as we click our way toward the new millennium. The machines aren't here to replace our souls. They are just new toys for us to play with. The hand-drawn soul isn't dead. It's just learned a new way to express itself. I went home that night and looked at my old typewriter. It's a sturdy thing, built of iron and ink, and it has served me well for many a decade. For a moment, I wondered if it felt threatened by the word processor humming in the other room. I gave it a pat on its carriage and whispered, "Don't worry, old friend. You're still a cowboy in my book." Then I went to sleep and dreamed of a world where all my characters came to life the moment I closed my manuscript. I suspect Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer would have a great deal to say about the digital age, most of it involving the creative use of a dead cat and a fence that needs painting. The revolution had begun not with a bang, but with the squeak of a plastic boot. And as I drifted off, I couldn't help but smile. A talking cowboy is indeed a theme I can get behind, especially one who knows that the most important thing in the world isn't rendering power, but having a friend who will stick by you when the moving van starts to pull away. To infinity and beyond, the spaceman said. "I'll settle for reaching next Tuesday without my computer crashing, but I admire the ambition. It's a very American sentiment after all. Always looking for the next frontier, even if it's only inside a box of mathematics." Chapter 5. The Start of the Button. If you were to gather all the vanities of the human race into one heap and set a match to it, the resulting blaze would be visible from Jupiter, yet it would still pale in comparison to the sheer, unadulterated hubris displayed by the inhabitants of the year 1995 on the 24th day of August. On that morning, the world did not wake up to the sound of birdsong or the gentle rustle of the wind. It woke up to the sound of a drumbeat and the ragged, gravelly howl of Mr. Mick Jagger. I have seen many things that people were willing to stand in line for. I have seen men wait 3 days in the mud for the chance to claim a piece of land they hadn't seen, and I have seen women queue up in the rain for the privilege of seeing a two-headed calf. But I have never, in all my travels through time and space, seen a more peculiar sight than a line of grown men, some wearing neckties and others wearing shirts with the names of musical ensembles across their chests, waiting outside a storefront at midnight to purchase a cardboard box containing a handful of plastic squares. The occasion was the release of Windows 95. Now, I have already touched upon the Beige awakening, but this was something altogether more spiritual. This was the coronation of the rectangle. The Microsoft Corporation, led by that sweater-wearing Napoleon Mr. Gates, had decided to spend $300 million, a sum that could have purchased a respectable European principality or at least a very large portion of the Mississippi River, to tell us that our lives were about to begin. And how did they signal this beginning? By licensing a song from the Rolling Stones called "Start Me Up." I find this a masterstroke of irony. The Stones, a group of elderly British gentlemen who appear to have been preserved in a mixture of gin and electricity, were singing about a physiological ignition that has very little to do with spreadsheet management. Yet there we were, watching a television commercial where a start button pulsated in time to the music. It was the first time in history that a software company had tried to convince the public that a file management system was essentially the same thing as a rock and roll rebellion. I stood amongst the crowd at a computer city at the stroke of midnight. The atmosphere was thick with a scent of ozone and desperation. When the doors opened, the surge was not unlike the opening of the Oklahoma land rush, save for the fact that the participants were significantly less athletic and were carrying credit cards instead of Winchesters. They grabbed the boxes, which were adorned with a picture of clouds, suggesting that the software was as light and ethereal as a summer afternoon, and rushed to the registers as if they were clutching the last jugs of water in a drought. I eventually acquired my own copy, mostly because I have a professional obligation to investigate the latest forms of human folly. I took it home, sat before my beige altar, and performed the sacred ritual of the installation. After the machine had finished its habitual grumbling and the 13 floppy disks had been consumed by the drive, the screen flickered, changed color from a depressing slate to a slightly more optimistic teal, and there it was in the bottom left-hand corner, the start button. I spent a good hour just staring at it. It is a tiny gray rectangle with the word "start" and a little multicolored flag. It is, quite possibly, the most patronizing piece of engineering ever devised. For thousands of years, man has managed to start things without the aid of a label. When a blacksmith begins his day, he does not look for a button on his anvil that says, "Start." When a writer sits down to his desk, he does not require a prompt from his inkwell. We have always known where to begin, usually at the beginning. But Windows 95 assumes that the modern human is so hopelessly lost in the digital woods that he cannot even find his own programs without a signpost. I clicked it. A menu sprouted upward like a mechanical beanstalk. I was presented with a list of options. Programs, documents, settings, find, help, run. It was a tidy little list, a way of organizing the chaos of the mind into a set of drawers. I noticed one particular item that nearly caused me to swallow my cigar. Shut down. Now pray tell, what kind of logic is this? To stop the machine, one must first click Start. It is a piece of linguistic gymnastics that would make a politician proud. It is as if you had to shout, "Giddy up," to make a horse stop, or "Hello," to end a conversation. It is a world where the beginning is the end, and the end is only accessible through the beginning. I suspect this was the programmer's way of telling us that once we entered their world, we were never truly intended to leave. But the Start button was merely the gateway to the taskbar. This is a long, narrow strip at the bottom of the screen where the machine keeps track of everything you are currently doing, or more accurately, everything you are currently avoiding. It is a digital ball and chain. In the old days, if I were writing a story and decided to take a nap, the story stayed on the desk, and the nap stayed in the chair. But with the taskbar, your unfinished business is always there, blinking at you, reminding you that you have 3 folders open, a calculator running, and a game of solitaire that is going poorly. Solitaire, by the way, is the most brilliant tool for the destruction of American productivity ever invented. It is a game designed to make you feel as though you are accomplishing something while you are actually doing nothing more than moving digital cards from one pile to another. It is the perfect occupation for a man who wants to look busy while his soul slowly atrophies in a cubicle. Then there is the matter of plug and play. This was one of the great promises of Windows 95, the idea that you could simply plug a new piece of hardware into your computer and it would play instantly. I find this a charming bit of folklore. In practice, it was more like plug and pray. I watched a man try to install a new printer, a device designed to jam paper and leak ink at the most inconvenient moments, and the machine reacted as if he had tried to heartlessly graft a toaster onto a cat. There were error messages, there were blue screens of death, and there was a great deal of profanity that was not, as far as I could tell, part of the official installation guide. The Start button is a philosophical concept. It suggests that man has finally found a way to condense all of his ambitions, his documents, and his distractions into a single point of origin. We are told that this is user-friendly. Whenever I hear the word friendly applied to a piece of machinery, I check my pockets to see if my wallet is still there. A machine is not your friend. A machine is a collection of copper and silicon that doesn't care if you live or die so long as you keep the electricity flowing. As I sat there in the glow of the teal screen, clicking the button over and over just to see the menu pop up like a jack-in-the-box, I realized that we had reached a turning point. We were no longer using computers. We were living inside them. The desktop was no longer a piece of furniture. It was a digital workspace. The recycle bin was where we threw our failures, and the My Documents folder was where we kept our secrets. Though why they had to label it My is a mystery. Whose documents did they think they were? The neighbors? The king of Siam's? The start button is the great equalizer. Whether you are a CEO of a global corporation or a schoolboy trying to avoid his arithmetic, you both have to go to that same gray rectangle to get anything done. It is the new town square. It is where we go to find our work, our play, and our eventual frustration. The Rolling Stones were right, in a way. The world was being started up. But as I watched the little flag wave on the screen, I couldn't help but wonder if we were starting something we wouldn't be able to stop. We were entering an era of perpetual updates, of constant progress, and of a help menu that provides everything except actual help. I finally clicked Start, then Shut Down, and then, yes, I am sure I want to shut down. The screen went black, and for a moment I saw my own reflection in the glass, a man from a century of ink and steam, staring into a void of bits and bytes. The Start button was a success. The world had bought into the dream of the gray rectangle, and as I walked away from the machine, I felt a strange sense of foreboding. It was only August, and the year was far from over. If this was the beginning, I could only imagine what the advanced settings had in store for us. I think I'll go for a walk. I don't need a button to tell me how to do that. At least, not yet. Chapter 6. The JavaScript Jolt. I have always been a man who appreciates a good map. In my days on the Mississippi, a map, or rather, the intimate shift in memory of every snag, sandbar, and submerged sycamore limb, was the difference between a successful voyage to New Orleans and an unplanned permanent residence at the bottom of the river. But in the year 1995, the world decided it no longer needed a river, it needed a web. And to traverse this web, one required a navigator. Now, I had heard of the Netscape Navigator. It is a piece of software that allows one to peer into the World Wide Web, which, despite its grand name, initially appeared to be nothing more than a global collection of digital flyers for lost cats and poorly formatted academic papers on the mating habits of the North American weevil. To navigate this web was to wait 3 minutes for a single photograph of a sunset to materialize on your screen, line by agonizing line, as if a very tired ghost were painting it from the beyond. But just as I was beginning to find the whole affair as exciting as watching a tortoise run a marathon in a vat of molasses, something changed. A jolt was delivered to the wires. A gentleman at Netscape named Brendan Eich, a man who apparently possesses a brain capable of thinking in 14 dimensions simultaneously, decided that the web was too quiet. He decided that the pages should not merely sit there like a well-behaved Victorian child. They should act. He invented a language called JavaScript. I am told that Mr. Eich composed this language in a mere 10 days. Now, I have spent 10 days trying to decide on the correct adjective to describe a particularly stubborn mule, and I usually end up throwing the pen at the wall and taking a nap. To invent a language that would eventually control the collective consciousness of the human race in the time it takes to recover from a mild head cold is an achievement that borders on the supernatural. I suspect there was a dark bargain involved, likely involving a crossroads and a very fast modem. Before JavaScript, a web page was a static thing. It was like a page in a book, reliable, unmoving, and comfortably dead. You read it, you turned the page, and you went about your business. But with the introduction of this jolt, the page became a living, breathing, and occasionally quite irritating machine. I sat before my monitor and watched as a web page began to respond to me. If I moved my mouse, that little plastic rodent that has replaced the pen as the tool of the intellectual, the page would change. A menu would slide out like a hidden drawer in a magician's table. A box would pop up to ask me a question. A line of text would crawl across the screen like a frantic caterpillar. I found it deeply suspicious. In my experience, a book that rewrites itself while you are reading it is either a miracle or a symptom of a very serious fever. If I am reading The Pilgrim's Progress, I expect Christian to stay on the path I left him on. I do not expect him to suddenly jump to the margin and ask me for my email address or offer me a discount on a set of encyclopedias. But JavaScript has turned the library of the world into a carnival of distractions. The name itself, JavaScript, is a masterful piece of marketing chicanery. At the time, the world was already swooning over another language called Java, which I have previously noted is named after a bean that provides the only reason most people get out of bed in the morning. By tagging script onto the end, the Netscape people were essentially trying to ride the coattails of the coffee craze. It is as if I had written a book called The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn Coffee. It doesn't make much sense, but it certainly sounds more energetic. However, the script part is where the real devilry lies. A script is a set of instructions. It is a way for the author of a web page to reach out through the screen and take control of your machine. It turns the navigator from a simple telescope into an interactive theater. Suddenly, the web was no longer just a collection of pages. It was a vast, interconnected machine where every part was constantly clicking, whirring, and recalculating. I asked a young developer, a term for a person who spends their life arguing with a computer until one of them yields, what the point of all this motion was. "It makes the web interactive, Mr. TwAIn," he cried, his eyes glowing with the fervor of a man who hasn't seen a vegetable in 3 weeks. "The user can participate. The page can change based on what you do." "My dear boy," I replied, "I have spent 70 years trying to get the world to stop changing based on what I do. I find that when I participate in things, they generally end up in a lawsuit or a fire. Why would I want my newspaper to talk back to me?" He didn't have an answer, mainly because he was busy trying to make a digital button turn purple when he hovered over it. This is the jolt that 1995 delivered. We moved from the era of information to the era of experience. It was no longer enough to simply know a thing. You had to interact with the representation of that thing. The web was becoming a living machine, a global brain that was beginning to think for itself. There is a certain terror in this, of course. If the pages are alive, then the truth becomes a fluid thing. In a book, the truth is printed in ink. It stays where you put it. But in a JavaScript world, the truth can be updated, edited, or vanished in a blink. It is a world of shadows and light, where the Start button is just the beginning of a journey into a hall of mirrors. I observed that the primary use of this new power seemed to be the creation of the pop-up advertisement. This is a piece of digital impudence that allows a merchant to leap out from behind a paragraph and demand your attention. It is the equivalent of a haberdasher jumping out from an alleyway and shouting, "Buy a hat," while you're trying to contemplate the sunset. It is a triumph of technology over manners. Yet, I cannot deny the sheer clockwork beauty of it all. To think that millions of lines of code are flying through the air, being interpreted by your machine in the blink of an eye, and resulting in a calculator that actually works on your screen. It is a feat of engineering that would make the builders of the pyramids feel like they were playing with blocks in a nursery. We have turned the information superhighway into a giant interactive Rube Goldberg machine. We click a button here, a script runs there, a server in Switzerland sneezes, and suddenly a picture of a dancing hamster appears on a screen in Hannibal, Missouri. It is magnificent, it is absurd, and it is entirely typical of the human race. We finally build a tool that can connect the entire world, and the first thing we do is make it blink. As I sat in the quiet of my study, watching the status bar of my navigator flicker with the frantic activity of 1,000 hidden scripts, I realized that the jolt was more than just a technical update. It was a change in the way we perceive reality. We were beginning to accept that the world is not a solid, finished thing, but a series of events that we can trigger with a click. It is a heady feeling, I suppose, to feel like the master of a digital universe. But I find myself missing the silence of the printed page. There is a dignity in a word that stays put. There is a comfort in a story that doesn't try to interact with you. The JavaScript jolt has ensured that the web will never be finished. It will always be loading, always updating, and always demanding that you participate in its endless, restless motion. It is a living machine that never sleeps, fueled by a bean and a 10-day miracle of code. I think I shall turn off the machine now. I have had enough interaction for one day. I want to go back to a world where the only things that move are the clouds, the river, and the slow, steady progress of a good cigar toward its inevitable end. Those are the scripts I understand, and they don't require a navigator to find. But tomorrow, I suspect, the button will be purple, and I, being a creature of habit and curiosity, will probably hover over it just to see what happens. Such is the nature of the jolt. Once you've been shocked, you spend the rest of your life looking for the wire. Sleep well, citizens of the interactive age. Your pages are breathing, your scripts are running, and the start button is always waiting for your next move. Just try not to click on the dancing hamster. Some things are better left unnavigated. Chapter 7. The Auction of the Attic. The human race has always been afflicted by a peculiar itch, a restless, gnawing desire to possess things they do not need, and an even more fervent desire to foist the things they already have onto someone else for a profit. Since the first caveman traded a particularly shapely rock for a handful of dried berries, the marketplace has been the true center of civilization. We have built empires on the back of spices, silks, and tea. We have fought wars over gold and land. But in the year 1995, we reached the logical, if somewhat absurd, conclusion of our species' commercial evolution. We decided to sell our attics to each other. In September of this year, a gentleman named Pierre Omidyar a man who apparently looked at the vast, echoing silence of the information superhighway and thought, "What this place needs is a yard sale that never ends," launched a website called Auction Web. We would later come to know it as eBay, a name that sounds like the cry of a particularly distressed electronic seagull. But in its infancy, it was simply a digital dumping ground for the world's discarded treasures and its most ambitious junk. I have spent a lifetime observing the American character, and if there is one thing I have learned, it is that an American will buy anything if you tell him it is rare, vintage, or previously owned by a person of questionable character. We are a nation of collectors, which is merely a polite way of saying we are a nation of people who cannot bear to throw anything away. We keep old newspapers, cracked porcelain cats, and buttons from coats we lost during the administration of Rutherford B. Hayes, all in the vague, shimmering hope that someday these things will be worth more than the dust they are currently collecting. Auction Web took this hope and turned it into a global frenzy. The first item sold on this new frontier was a broken laser pointer. Now, let that sink into the soft soil of your mind for a moment. A man listed a device that did not work, a little silver tube whose only purpose was to point a red dot at a wall, a task it was no longer capable of performing. And another man bought it for $14.83. When Mr. Omidyar, perhaps being a man of conscience, contacted the buyer to ensure he understood that the device was, in fact, broken, the buyer replied with the most quintessential 1995 response imaginable. "I'm a collector of broken laser pointers." There you have it, the secret of the universe. For every piece of broken, useless, or downright offensive rubbish on this planet, there is a man somewhere in a basement who is collecting it. Auction Web was the tool that finally allowed these people to find one another. It was a matchmaking service for the eccentric and the gullible. I sat before my beige monitor watching the current bid on a collection of Pez dispensers, those little plastic heads that vomit sugar tablets when you tilt them back, and I realized that the value of an object is no longer determined by its utility or its beauty. In the digital age, value is determined by how many people are willing to fight for it at 3 o'clock in the morning. The auction is a masterstroke of psychological manipulation. In a regular store, you see a price, you pay the money, and you walk away with a sense of dignity. But an auction is a battle. It is a slow-motion duel fought with mouse clicks. You see an item, let's say a half-eaten sandwich that someone claims resembles the face of a minor saint, and the price is 5 cents. You don't want the sandwich. You wouldn't eat the sandwich on a dare. But then you see that someone else has bid 6 cents. Suddenly, that sandwich is the most important thing in your life. You bid 7 cents. They bid 8. Before you know it, you are locked in a struggle of wills, your heart pounding as the time remaining counts down. You aren't buying a sandwich anymore. You're buying a victory. You are proving to a stranger in Poughkeepsie that you have more resolve, more spirit, and a more significant lack of financial common sense than they do. And when you finally win the item for $24 plus shipping, you feel like a conqueror, until the sandwich actually arrives in the mail, at which point you realize you are just a person who spent $24 on a piece of moldy bread. The information superhighway has turned the world into a global flea market where the sun never sets. In my day, a flea market required physical exertion. You had to wake up at dawn, drive to a muddy field, and haggle with a man who smelled like old tires over the price of a tarnished spoon. You had to look the seller in the eye. There was a certain social contract involved. But on auction web, the transaction is anonymous and antiseptic. You are sending a check or, heaven help us, your credit card number into the digital ether, trusting that the person on the other end is actually going to send you the mint-condition baseball card they described and not a picture of a baseball card they drew with a crayon. To facilitate this, Mr. Omidyar introduced the feedback system. This is a fascinating bit of social engineering. It is a way for strangers to vouch for each other's character. A plus, 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 plus seller. Item arrived on time and was only slightly more broken than described. Fast shipping. Would trade with this scoundrel again. We have replaced the firm handshake and the steady gaze with a series of plus signs and exclamation points. We are building a global community based on the idea that if enough people say you aren't a thief, you must be an honest man. It is a fragile way to run a society, but it seems to be working for the sale of used comic books and Elvis-shaped decanters. And then there was the collectibles mania. In the late months of 1995, a plague began to spread across the land, one that involved small plush animals filled with plastic pellets. They call them Beanie Babies. I have seen many a bubble in my time. I lived through the great silver fever and the various land booms that left many a man with nothing but a very expensive view of a swamp. But I have never seen anything quite like the Beanie Baby. People began to treat these stuffed toys as if they were bars of gold. They bought them by the dozen, kept them in protective cases, and discussed their investment potential with the same gravity usually reserved for the federal deficit. I saw a grown woman nearly come to blows with another at a Hallmark store over a plush moose named Chocolate. Why? Because Auction Web told them it was worth something. The website became a giant electronic echo chamber. If someone listed a plush frog for $500, everyone else who owned that frog suddenly felt like a millionaire. We were no longer living in a world of physical reality. We were living in a world of perceived rarity. We were trading our hard-earned dollars for the idea of value, packaged in a 4-inch piece of polyester. It is a grand, hilarious comedy. We have built the most sophisticated communication network in human history, a web that spans the globe and connects the finest minds in science and academia, and we are using it to sell each other broken laser pointers and used bowling shirts. We have conquered the digital frontier, and we have found that it is filled with the contents of Aunt Martha's basement. But I suppose that is the beauty of it. The auction of the attic is the truest expression of the American spirit I have seen in years. It is messy, it is greedy, it is absurd, and it is entirely democratic. Everyone has a voice, everyone has a price, and everyone has a box of junk they're trying to get rid of. It has turned every citizen into a merchant and every home into a storefront. As I sat there, watching the bids climb on a first edition copy of one of my own books, which I might add was being sold for significantly more than I ever received in royalties, I couldn't help but chuckle. I thought about the start button and the information superhighway and the 32-bit future. We talk about these things as if they are lofty, transcendental concepts. But at the end of the day, the human race doesn't want to transcend anything. We just want a better way to find a bargain. The attic is no longer a dark, dusty place at the top of the house. It is a glowing, flickering world where everything is for sale and the end time is always 5 minutes away. It is a place where trust is a percentage and a collector is a man who knows how to use a refresh button. I think I'll go see what else I can find. I've always wanted a silver-plated button from the 1876 World's Fair, and I suspect there's a man in Idaho who's been waiting his whole life to sell me one. Sleep well, dear bidders. May your connections be fast, your feedback be positive, and your broken laser pointers be exactly as described. The auction is never over, and the attic is never empty. We are all just one click away from the bargain of a lifetime or a very expensive piece of moldy bread. Happy hunting. Chapter 8. The Last Picnic with Calvin. I have spent a considerable portion of my life and a fair amount of my afterlife poring over the daily journals of our civilization, more commonly known as the newspaper. I have always found the newspaper to be a most instructive document. It tells you exactly what the world is thinking, mostly by being consistently wrong about what is actually happening. I read the front page for the lies, the editorial page for the entertainment, and the advertisements for the sheer, unadulterated fiction. But for many years, the only place I could find a shred of unvarnished truth was in the funny pages. Now, funny pages is a bit of a misnomer, much like military intelligence or diet chocolate. Most of the inhabitants of that colorful slum are neither funny nor particularly page-worthy. You have your ancient, decrepit soldiers who have been fighting the same war since 1950. You have your families who seem to exist in a state of perpetual, low-grade domestic annoyance. And you have your dogs that think in perfect English, but apparently cannot figure out the mechanics of a door. But amidst this sea of mediocrity, there lived a boy and a tiger. I speak of Calvin and Hobbes, the creation of a gentleman named Bill Watterson. As the year 1995 drew to a close, a year, as we have discussed, dominated by the arrival of the start button and the auctioning of broken laser pointers, Mr. Watterson did something that is practically unheard of in the annals of American commerce. He decided to quit while he was ahead. He decided to take his characters and walk away into the snowy woods, leaving the rest of us sitting on the curb, clutching our Sunday supplements and feeling a sudden, sharp chill in the air. I have a certain fondness for boys of a mischievous temperament. I have known a few in my time, lads who saw a clean fence as a personal insult and a quiet afternoon as a missed opportunity for a catastrophe. Calvin is a boy after my own heart. He is a demon in a striped shirt, a pint-sized philosopher who views the world of adults as a bizarre and unnecessary complication to the serious business of playing in the mud. Calvin possesses a transmogrifier, which is essentially a cardboard box with transmogrifier written on the side in crayon. To the dull, beige mind of the 1995 suburbanite, it is just a box. But to Calvin, it is a machine capable of turning a boy into an eel, a dinosaur, or a tiger. This is the true power of the human imagination, and I suspect it is the one thing the Pentium processor will never quite be able to replicate. You can give a computer 1 billion bits of data, but you cannot give it the ability to believe that a cardboard box is a gateway to another dimension. And then there is Hobbes. The experts those people who wear lab coats and get paid to suck the joy out of a room, would tell you that Hobbes is merely a stuffed tiger, a bit of plush and buttons that comes to life only in the fevered mind of a lonely child. I have met these experts. They are the same people who would tell you that a sunset is merely a refraction of light through atmospheric dust, or that a river is just a drainage system for a watershed. They are technically correct and spiritually bankrupt. To Calvin, and to any of us who haven't yet had our souls entirely digitized, Hobbes is as real as the sunrise. He is a sage, a predator, and a loyal friend. He is the voice of feline reason in a world of human madness. He is also a creature who understands that the only thing worth doing on a Saturday afternoon is pouncing on your best friend from the top of a doorway. I observed the Calvin and Hobbes phenomenon with a great deal of interest. In a world that was becoming increasingly obsessed with global networks and 32-bit simulations, this comic strip remained stubbornly, beautifully small. It was about a backyard. It was about a red wagon. It was about the terrifying, hilarious interior life of a 6-year-old. Watterson used his strip to launch some of the most devastatingly witty attacks on modern culture I have ever seen. He mocked the new and improved mania, the vanity of the art world, and the peculiar American obsession with turning everything, even childhood, into a productive experience. He gave us Spaceman Spiff, a traveler of the galaxies who bore a suspicious resemblance to a boy stuck in a boring math class. He gave us Stupendous Man, a superhero whose greatest foe was a babysitter named Rosalind. But most importantly, he gave us the sled. There is no better metaphor for the human condition than a boy and a stuffed tiger hurtling down a snowy hill on a wooden sled, discussing the mysteries of the universe while headed directly for a very large tree. "We're living in the 90s, Calvin might shout as they narrowly miss a rock. The pace of change is accelerating. We have no control over our destination. Everything is moving too fast. And Hobbes would simply reply, "Hold on tight." That is 1995 in a nutshell. We were all on that sled. The information superhighway was the hill, and the start button was the initial shove. We were moving at terrifying speeds toward a future we didn't understand, and all we could do was hold on to our tigers and hope for the best. As the final weeks of the year approached, the news broke that Mr. Watterson was ending the strip. The public reaction was one of genuine grief. In an age of syndication and merchandising, we had become accustomed to our favorite characters being milked until they were nothing but hollow husks. I have seen comic strips that have outlived their creators, their humor, and their relevance by 40 years, kept alive by a team of anonymous illustrators like a patient on a mechanical lung. But Watterson refused. He refused to sell out. He refused to put Calvin's face on a coffee mug or a T-shirt. He refused to turn Hobbes into a beanie baby. Heaven help us. The irony of a Hobbes beanie baby is almost too much to bear. He understood that once you turn a dream into a product, the dream dies. You cannot auction the attic of a child's imagination. The final strip appeared on December 31st, 1995. It was a masterpiece of simplicity. There was no the end. There was no final joke. There was just a fresh white blanket of snow, a magical world, as Calvin called it. He and Hobbes grabbed their sled, looked out at the pristine, untouched horizon, and said the four most beautiful words in the English language: Let's go exploring." And then they were gone. I sat there with the Sunday paper in my lap, the smoke from my cigar curling in the cold morning air. I felt a sense of profound loss, but also a sense of profound respect. In a year that was all about start buttons and loading bars, Watterson had given us an exit that was full of grace. He had reminded us that the most important interface in the world isn't between a man and his computer, but between a man and his wonder. The Beige age of Windows 95 wanted to organize our world, to put it into folders and taskbars. But Calvin reminded us that the world is inherently disorganized, messy, and filled with monsters under the bed. It is a place of noodle incidents and Calvin ball, a game where the rules are made up as you go along, and you can never play the same way twice. Come to think of it, Calvin ball is a fairly accurate description of the American political system, though with fewer masks and more lobbyists. As I watched the world prepare for 1996, I realized that we were losing something vital. We were trading the magical world of the snowy woods for the virtual world of the silicon chip. We were spending more time exploring the web and less time exploring the creek behind the house. We were becoming a nation of observers, watching our lives through a 32-bit filter, while the boy and the tiger were out there somewhere actually living. I think about that red wagon often. I think about how it always seemed to find the steepest hill and the most dangerous path. I think about how Calvin never seemed to reach the bottom, but he always had a good time getting there. Perhaps that is the secret to surviving the digital age. Perhaps we need to remember that the start button is just a suggestion. The real adventure begins when you step away from the beige box, grab your tiger by the paw, and head out into the fresh snow. The world is still a magical place, even if it doesn't have a help menu. So, here's to the boy in the striped shirt and the tiger with the wise eyes. Thank you for the picnic. Thank you for the sled ride. And thank you for leaving us at exactly the right time, before the .com fever could turn you into an IPO. The Sunday funnies are a little darker now, and the world feels a little more adult, which is to say, it feels a little more boring. But whenever I see a fresh snowfall or a cardboard box, I think of you, and I remember that the best stories don't end. They just move to a place where the rendering power of the mind can finally do them justice. Let's go exploring! I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I see a hill that needs descending, and I suspect my cigar is about to transmogrify into a much-needed nap. Good night, Calvin. Good night, Hobbs. And good night to the rest of you, sitting there in the glow of your screens. Try to remember what it's like to be 6 years old. It's a much better way to start the day. Chapter 9. The DVD Horizon. I have lived long enough to know that the human race is possessed of a restless, almost pathological desire to take a perfectly functional object and replace it with something that is shinier, thinner, and significantly easier to lose behind a sofa cushion. We have spent the better part of the 19th century perfecting the art of the tape, that miraculous magnetic slurry smeared onto a strip of polyester, encased in a black plastic brick that possesses the aerodynamic qualities of a structural lunchbox. I speak, of course, of the VHS. For years, the VHS has been the cornerstone of American domesticity. It was a technology that demanded participation. If you wanted to watch a moving picture in your own parlor, you had to perform a series of manual labors that would make a coal miner pause for breath. You had to shove the tape into the machine with a satisfying mechanical clunk, and then you had to engage in a desperate, sweating battle with the tracking knob, a dial designed by a sadist to ensure that you spent the first 20 minutes of any film trying to eliminate a line of static that crawled up the screen like a very persistent and very bored caterpillar. And then there was the moral code of the rewind. In the 1990s, the only remaining shred of American morality was found on a small fluorescent sticker that read, "Be kind, rewind." To return a rented tape to the local merchant without having wound the ribbon back to its point of origin was considered a social transgression on par with horse stealing or speaking ill of a man's mother. It was a world of physical tension, the literal tension of the tape, and the constant looming threat that your player would suddenly decide to eat your movie, resulting in a frantic rescue operation involving a pair of tweezers and a great deal of profanity. But in the year 1995, the horizon has shifted. The magnetic ribbon is being led to the gallows, and its executioner is a flat, silver, rainbow-hued platter called the DVD, the Digital Versatile Disc. I find the name itself to be a piece of marketing charlatanism. Digital, we understand, it is the language of the modern ghost. Disc, we understand, it is a circle, the shape man chooses when he wants something to roll away from him. But versatile? What, pray tell, makes a piece of plastic versatile? Can I use it to shim a wobbly table? Can I sharpen the edge and use it to shave? Can I throw it like a tiny, expensive frisbee at a particularly vocal crow? I suspect the word versatile was added simply because digital shiny disc didn't sound like something you could charge $25 for. I sat in a laboratory recently, a place where men in white coats spend their days trying to convince light to do tricks, and I was shown this new marvel. It is a silver coin that has been flattened by a locomotive and then polished until it reflects the vanity of everyone in the room. Unlike the VHS, which stores its information in a series of magnetic whispers, the DVD stores its data in pits. I am told that a laser, a beam of concentrated light that would be right at home in a Jules Verne novel, scans these pits at incredible speeds. It does not touch the disc, it merely looks at it. This is the optical age. We are moving from a world of touch to a world of observation. The VHS was a mechanical struggle. The DVD is a voyeuristic triumph. The primary selling point of this silver platter is perfection. The merchants tell us that the picture will be crystal clear. There will be no static. There will be no tracking issues. There will be no tracking issues. There will be no flicker and pop. The colors will be so vibrant they will make a peacock look like he's wearing a shroud. And this, my dear reader, is where I find myself becoming deeply suspicious. I have seen perfection before. It is usually found in a cemetery. Life, in my experience, is defined by its imperfections. The slight tremble in a voice, the smudge of ink on a page, the way a river never runs quite straight. A movie, to my mind, should have the occasional flicker. It should have the ghostly pop of a worn-out reel to remind you that you are watching a story captured by humans for humans. When you remove the grit, you remove the soul. A perfect digital image is a cold, sterile thing. It is the visual equivalent of a glass of distilled water, entirely pure and remarkably boring to drink. But the real versatility of the DVD lies in the special features. This is a concept designed to ensure that you never actually have to use your imagination again. In the old days, when a movie ended, you sat in the dark and thought about it. You wondered how they filmed the scene with the erupting volcano, or why the leading man looked so startled when the heroine confessed her love. You filled in the blanks with the rendering power of your own brain. But the DVD offers director's commentaries, deleted scenes, and behind-the-scenes featurettes. It is a way of seeing how the sausage is made while you are still trying to enjoy the breakfast. Why would I want to hear a director explain his artistic vision for 2 hours when I've already seen the film? It is like having a waiter stand over your shoulder and explain the chemical composition of the gravy while you're trying to eat your roast beef. It is an intrusion. It is the information age gone mad. The belief that more information is always better than a little bit of mystery. And then there is the menu. The DVD has a menu. When you put the disc in, you are presented with a series of choices, often accompanied by a loop of music that will drive you to the brink of insanity if you leave it running while you go to the kitchen for a glass of water. You can jump to a scene. This is a feature for the modern impatient soul who doesn't have the fortitude to sit through a beginning and wants to go straight to the explosions. We are becoming a nation of scene jumpers, people who want the climax of the story without the inconvenience of the character development. I asked one of the technicians if the DVD would wear out like a tape. "Oh no, Mr. TwAIn," he cried, his spectacles glinting with the light of 1,000 lasers. "The laser never touches the surface. It will last forever. You can watch The Sound of Music 10,000 times, and it will be just as clear as the first day you bought it." "My dear boy," I replied, "if a man watches The Sound of Music 10,000 times, the clarity of the disc is the very least of his problems. He is in need of a physician, a priest, and perhaps a very sturdy rope." The idea of forever is the great lie of the digital age. They told us the floppy disk was the future. Now they are being used as coasters. They told us the CD was the final word in music. Now people are already talking about files that exist only in the air. The DVD is just the latest horizon. It is a shiny silver promise that will eventually be replaced by a shinier, thinner promise, leaving us with a stack of plastic platters that no machine can read and no museum wants to house. But for now, the world is swooning. The VCR is being moved to the guest room, and the DVD player, a sleek, black box with a tray that slides out like a mechanical tongue, is taking center stage in the parlor. We are trading the magnetic slurry for pits and lands. We are trading the Be Kind rewind law for the menu screen loop. I looked at the silver disc one last time before I left the laboratory. I saw my own reflection in it, warped, rainbow-colored, and slightly digital. It occurred to me that the DVD horizon is just another way of saying that the world is getting faster and our memories are getting shorter. We want our movies to be perfect because our lives are so messy. We want to see behind the scenes because we've lost the ability to believe in the magic on the screen. I think I'll go home and watch an old tape. I want to fight with the tracking knob. I want to see the static. I want to hear the hiss of the magnetic ribbon as it pulls through the machine. There is a comfort in the struggle. There is a dignity in the wear and tear. The DVD may be the future, and it may be versatile, but it doesn't have the flicker and pop of an honest-to-God human effort. And as the sun sets over the digital horizon of 1995, I suspect that perfection is going to be the most expensive thing we've ever bought. Sleep well, dear viewers. May your lasers be true, your pits be deep, and your special features be mercifully brief. The disc is spinning, the menu is waiting, and the start button is just a click away. Just try not to watch the singing nuns 10,000 times. Some horizons are better left unscanned. Good night, and remember, you don't have to rewind a DVD, but you do have to remember where you put the case. In the end, the versatility of a disc is nothing compared to the versatility of a man who can find his glasses in the dark. I'll stick with the cigar. It's low resolution, but the special features are excellent. Chapter 10. The Craigslist Classifieds. I have always harbored a deep and abiding affection for the newspaper, not necessarily for the news itself, which is generally just a record of things that shouldn't have happened to people who didn't deserve them, but for the classifieds. In my younger days, as a printer's devil, and later as a reporter who occasionally let the truth get in the way of a good story, I understood that the classified section was the true pulse of a town. It was the community campfire, a place where a man could find a lost cow, a used plow, or a wife, provided he wasn't too particular about the condition of any of the three. There is a tactile dignity to the newspaper. It has a smell, a pungent cocktail of ink, cedar pulp, and the sweat of an overworked editor. It leaves a stain on your fingers, a literal mark of your engagement with the world. To read the classifieds was to participate in a sacred, ink-stained ledger of human desire and desperation. But as the year 1995 grinds its gears toward the future, a gentleman in San Francisco named Craig Newmark has decided that the campfire is too smoky and the ink is too messy. He has created a thing called Craig's List. It began as a simple email list, a digital shout into the wires, intended to tell his friends about local events. But like a small snowball rolling down a very steep and very digital hill, it has grown into a behemoth that threatens to swallow the newspaper industry whole. I have spent some time perusing this digital bulletin board, and I find it to be a most fascinating and terrifying laboratory of the human condition. The death of the ink-stained column. The newspaper classified was a disciplined art form because you were charged by the line. Brevity was not just a virtue, it was a financial necessity. A man had to compress his entire life's ambition into 12 words or less. Sturdy horse for sale, slight limp, no questions asked. It was a haiku of commerce, but on Craigslist, space is infinite and the price is, well, it's nothing. It is free, and as any student of human nature knows, when you give a man an infinite amount of space to describe his used sofa for free, he will provide you with a 3,000-word manifesto on the history of the stains on the cushions and his philosophical objections to the concept of a delivery fee. The digital classifieds have removed the editor, that grim, green-eye-shaded gatekeeper of public decency. In the old days, if you wanted to place an ad, you had to walk into an office and look a lady named Mrs. Higgins in the eye, while you handed her a piece of paper that said you were looking for a roommate who didn't believe in the concept of personal space or laundry, Mrs. Higgins would give you a look that could freeze a boiling kettle and suggest you rephrase your request. On Craigslist, there is no Mrs. Higgins. There is only the glowing screen and the mask of anonymity. The mask of the digital stranger. Anonymity is a dangerous intoxicant. It allows a man to be his truest, weirdest self without the inconvenience of having to show his face in town the next morning. I have observed that the inhabitants of 1995 are using this newfound freedom to fill the digital air with a level of personal interest that would make a Barbary Coast pirate blush. I have categorized the offerings on this list into several distinct species of human folly. The free section, a place where people offer things that even the local landfill has rejected. I saw a post for a slightly used mattress, must pick up 4th floor, no elevator. This is not a gift. It is a dare. It is an invitation to a back injury disguised as a charitable act. The roommates wanted. These ads are essentially horror stories waiting to happen. They usually begin with chill person sought for creative space, which is a digital code for I haven't paid the electric bill in 4 months, and I own 3 pythons that are currently unaccounted for. The missed connections. This is the most poetic and pathetic corner of the web. It is a place where people write letters to strangers they saw for 3 seconds on a crowded bus. To the lady in the red hat at the 4th Street stop, I was the man sneezing into a damp handkerchief. Our eyes met for a moment before I dropped my bagel. I think we are soulmates. In my day, if you saw a lady in a red hat and didn't speak to her, you spent the rest of your life wondering what if while sitting on a porch rocking chair. Now, you go home, fire up your 32-bit machine, click the start button, and broadcast your longing to the entire world in the hope that she is also sitting in her pajamas, scanning a digital list for mentions of damp handkerchiefs. It is a triumph of hope over probability. The community campfire moves indoors. The real tragedy of the Craigslist revolution is the loss of the physical commons. When the classifieds were in the paper, they were part of a larger whole. You saw the news of the world, the local gossip, and the price of eggs all in the same breath. You were a citizen of a town. But Craigslist has atomized us. It has moved the marketplace into a digital room where everyone is a stranger and everything is a transaction. We are no longer buying a lawnmower from the man down the street. We are buying a unit from user_972, who insists on meeting in a dimly lit parking lot and only accepts payment in the form of $10 bills and good vibes. It is the death of the ink-stained column, certainly, but it is also the death of the accountability of the face. In a small town, your reputation was your currency. If you sold a man a horse that turned out to be a cleverly painted mule, the whole town knew about it by sundown. On the web, you can be a thief in the morning, change your user handle at lunch, and be an honest merchant by tea time. The irony of the information age. I find it a delicious irony that we have built a world wide web that connects the great libraries of Europe to the research centers of Japan, and yet the primary use for this global miracle is to find a used toaster within a 3-block radius of our own house. We have harnessed the power of the electron to facilitate the movement of junk from one garage to another. As I sat before my monitor, watching the list of for sale items refresh with the frantic energy of a ticker tape during a market crash, I realized that Craigslist is the ultimate expression of the start button philosophy. It is about directness. It removes the middleman, the editor, the lady at the front desk, and the social grace. It says, here's the world. It is messy, it is anonymous, and it is all for sale. I suspect the newspaper will survive for a while. It's still the only thing you can use to wrap a fish or housebreak a puppy. But its soul has been stolen by the wires. The ink-stained column is being replaced by a digital list that never ends and never sleeps. I decided to test the waters myself. I drafted a small post. For sale, one vintage typewriter. Slightly dusty. Has survived 3 wars, 4 bank failures, and the invention of the telephone. Does not require a start button, a taskbar, or a service provider. Will trade for a good cigar and a moment of silence. I hit post and waited. Within 10 minutes, I received an email from a stranger asking if the typewriter was compatible with Windows 95. I didn't reply. Some things, it seems, are beyond the reach of even the most sophisticated digital list. The campfire has moved into the wires, my friends. It is a colder fire, a flickering light that doesn't warm the bones, but it certainly draws a crowd. As we drift into the night, remember that the man on the other side of the screen is just as strange and lonely as you are. He just has a better way to advertise it. Sleep well, dear seekers. May your connections be missed only when you want them to be, and may your used toasters always be lightly used. The list is long, the night is short, and the start button is waiting for your next post. I think I'll keep my typewriter. It's the only thing in this house that doesn't try to sell me a slightly used mattress. Chapter 11. The Wiki Web. I have spent a lifetime under the impression that the truth was a solid, unyielding sort of thing, something like a granite boulder or a particularly stubborn mule. You might not like where it's standing, and you certainly might not like the look on its face, but you generally knew it wasn't going to turn into a bowl of custard just because you asked it politely. In my day, if a man wanted to be an authority on a subject, he had to spend 40 years in a library, grow a beard that could house a family of squirrels, and eventually publish a book so heavy it could be used as a lethal weapon in a domestic dispute. But in the year 1995, a gentleman named Ward Cunningham has decided that the granite boulder approach to knowledge is far too heavy for the information superhighway. He has introduced a concept to the wires that makes my hair stand on end and my inkwell tremble with indignation. He calls it a wiki. The name itself, I am told, comes from the Hawaiian word for quick. It is a wiki web. Now, I have been to the Sandwich Islands. I have seen the beauty of the palms and felt the warmth of the Pacific sun. Wiki is a charming phrase when applied to a shuttle bus, or a man bringing you a cold drink on a hot afternoon. But when you apply the concept of quickness to the collective knowledge of the human race, you're asking for a catastrophe of the highest order. Knowledge should not be quick. Knowledge should be slow, ponderous, and slightly grumpy. It should be aged in oak barrels like a fine bourbon. But the wiki web is the instant coffee of the intellect. It is a world where the library doors are not only unlocked, but have been removed from their hinges, and every passing stranger is handed a pen and encouraged to correct the manuscripts. The horror of the open pen. Imagine, if you will, that I am writing a history of the Mississippi River. I have spent decades observing its currents, its snags, and its peculiar habit of moving a man's farm from Missouri to Illinois overnight. I sit down, dip my pen in the finest ink, and write. The Mississippi is a grand winding artery of the American heart. In the Old World, that sentence stays there. It is printed, it is bound, it is final. But in the Wiki world, a lad from Poughkeepsie, who has never seen a body of water larger than a bathtub, can come along 30 seconds later, click a button, and change my sentence to, "The Mississippi is a large, damp thing that occasionally smells like fish." And 10 minutes after that, a lady from London can edit his sentence to read, "The Mississippi is an overrated stream that lacks the dignity of the Thames." This is the collaborative process. It is a world where the truth is decided by a committee of strangers who have never met and who likely cannot agree on the time of day. It is a global game of telephone played with the history of the world. I asked a young technologist, a man who wears his shirt tucked in and his soul tucked away, how this could possibly result in anything other than a steaming pile of nonsense. "It's self-correcting, Mr. TwAIn," he chirped, his eyes shining with the terrifying optimism of the digital age. "If someone puts in something wrong, someone else will eventually fix it. It's the wisdom of the crowds." "My dear boy," I replied, "I have seen crowds in action. I have seen a crowd decide that a man was a horse thief based on the color of his socks. I have seen a crowd decide that a perfectly functional bridge was haunted by the ghost of a disgruntled cow. A crowd possesses many things: noise, heat, and a remarkable capacity for communal madness. But wisdom is rarely found in the middle of a mob. To expect 1,000 people to write a coherent sentence is like expecting 1,000 monkeys to perform Hamlet. You might eventually get the play, but the stage is going to be covered in banana peels. The edit war, a new kind of duel. The Wiki has birthed a new form of human conflict, the edit war. In my day, if two gentlemen disagreed on a point of fact, they met at dawn with pistols, or perhaps they wrote scathing letters to the editor of the Territorial Enterprise. It was a dignified, if somewhat bloody, way to settle a dispute. But the edit war is a bloodless, endless struggle of the index finger. One man changes a date, another man changes it back. One man adds a paragraph about his favorite breed of terrier. Another man deletes it as irrelevant. They click and they click, hour after hour, while the information superhighway hums beneath them. It is a duel fought with undo buttons. It is the most boring form of combat ever devised by the mind of man, and yet it is practiced with a ferocity that would make a Viking blush. The result is a consensus truth. This is a very different thing from the actual truth. A consensus truth is simply the version of the story that the most persistent person refuses to stop clicking on. It is the victory of the man who has nothing better to do on a Tuesday night. The death of the expert. The wiki web is the final nail in the coffin of the expert. We are entering an era where a man's opinion is considered equal to another man's experience, provided they both have a modem. We are democratizing knowledge, which sounds like a grand and noble endeavor until you realize that you are essentially letting the passengers fly the airplane because everyone should have a turn at the controls. In the 32-bit world of 1995, we are obsessed with access. We want everything to be available to everyone all the time at the click of a start button. We have decided that the gatekeepers, the editors, the librarians, the scholars, are just elitist obstacles to our freedom of information. But I find myself missing the gatekeepers. I like a man who stands at the door of the library and tells the fellow with the crayon to go back outside and play in the dirt. I like a book that doesn't change its mind while I'm in the middle of a chapter. The wiki spirit. And yet, I must confess, there is a certain Americanness to the wiki that I cannot entirely despise. It is a bit like a frontier town, messy, lawless, and built by whoever happens to show up with a hammer and a dream. It is a community barn raising where half the people are trying to build a roof and the other half are trying to turn the barn into a boat. It is a grand, chaotic experiment in trust. It assumes that most people are basically decent and that they want to help. It assumes that for every scoundrel who wants to write, "I was here," across the pages of history, there are 10 honest souls who want to make sure the dates are correct. It is a terrifyingly naive assumption, but it is also a rather beautiful one. As I sat before my monitor, watching the wiki web refresh with the latest edits from around the globe, I realized that we are no longer just building a web of information. We are building a web of ourselves. We are weaving our collective ignorance and our collective brilliance into a single, flickering tapestry. The wiki is the ultimate expression of the 1995 philosophy. It is fast, it is interactive, and it is entirely under construction. It is a library that never sleeps and a book that never ends. I decided to try it myself. I found a page that mentioned a certain author from Hannibal, Missouri. It claimed he was a humorous lecturer and writer of travelogues. I clicked the edit button. I changed it to a man who spent his life trying to tell the truth in a way that wouldn't get him arrested and who currently finds himself trapped in a beige box in the year 1995. I hit save. 10 seconds later, someone changed it back to a humorous lecturer. I laughed. The quickness of the web had spoken. My truth was gone, replaced by the consensus. I suppose it's only fair. After all, in a world where everyone has a pen, the man who wants to be an individual is just a typo, waiting to be corrected. Sleep well, dear editors. May your facts be straight, your undo buttons be functional, and your edit wars be mercifully short. The wiki web is spinning, the start button is waiting, and the truth is currently being updated. Just try not to believe everything you read, especially if I wrote it. I'm going for a walk. I want to see something that doesn't have an edit button. I suspect the river is still there, and I suspect it still doesn't care what a committee of strangers thinks about its smell. Good night, and happy clicking. The library is open, and everyone is invited, even the fellow with the crayon. God help us all. Chapter 12. The Dayton Peace. It has often been remarked, usually by people who have never had to share a fence line with a neighbor who possesses a loud dog and a short temper, that peace is a natural state of grace, a quiet pond upon which the swan of human kindness floats undisturbed. This is a lovely sentiment, suitable for embroidery on a decorative pillow, but it bears about as much resemblance to the truth as a campaign promise does to a mathematical certainty. In my experience, peace is not a natural state at all. It is an artificial, expensive, and fragile construction, held together by a great deal of ink, a fair amount of whiskey, and the desperate hope that the other fellow is just as tired of bleeding as you are. As the year 1995 stumbled toward its conclusion, the world's attention was diverted from the start button and the Beanie Baby fever to a small, unassuming city in the American heartland, Dayton, Ohio. Now, I have spent time in Ohio. It is a fine state, populated by industrious people who understand the value of a solid day's work and a properly cooked potato. But if you were to ask any sensible man to name the great centers of global diplomacy, the places where the fates of empires are decided and the maps of the world are redrawn, he would likely mention Paris, Vienna, or perhaps London. He would not, in his wildest hallucinations, suggest Dayton. Dayton is a place of aviation history and cash registers. It is a city that prides itself on being sensible, and yet it was here, at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, that the geography of grief known as the Balkans was brought for repairs. I find the choice of location to be a masterstroke of psychological warfare. If you want to convince three warring factions, men who have been nursing ancient jagged grudges since the invention of the broadsword, to stop killing one another, there is no better way to do it than to sequester them in a windowless building in the middle of Ohio in November. After 3 weeks of looking at the gray skies of the Midwest and eating at the officers' club, any man would sign a treaty just for the privilege of seeing a hill that wasn't paved. The conflict in Bosnia was a messy, ancient, and bloody affair, the kind of old-world tragedy that the New World Order found deeply inconvenient. We were supposed to be living in the age of the information superhighway, an era of digital bits and bytes, where the only walls were firewalls and the only cleansing was done to a hard drive. But in the hills of Europe, people were still practicing the old dark arts of tribalism. They were still carving borders into the earth with the same blunt instruments their ancestors used. It was a sharp, cold reminder that you cannot download civility. You cannot update a human soul to remove the malice 2.0 that has been running on the system for 500 years. So the diplomats brought the combatants to Dayton. They called it proximity talks, which is a fancy $5 way of saying they put everyone in a room and told them they couldn't come out until they agreed to play nice. It was a sequestered jury, much like the one I observed in California earlier this year, but instead of deciding the fate of a football star, they were deciding the fate of a continent. I observed the proceedings from my usual distance, marveling at the theater of it all. There were the strong men, gentlemen with names that sounded like the rattling of dry bones, walking through the corridors of a suburban Air Force base, surrounded by men in suits carrying faxes and maps. It was a collision of centuries. On one hand, you had the high-tech machinery of the American military. On the other, you had the low-tech hatreds of the Balkan mountains. The diplomats spent their days leaning over maps of Bosnia. They were armed with pens, the mighty pens of legend, and they were drawing lines. I have seen men draw lines on maps before. It is a dangerous hobby. When you draw a line on a piece of paper in Ohio, it looks clean and logical. But when that line reaches the ground in Europe, it runs through someone's kitchen, someone's church, and someone's graveyard. A map is a lie that we all agree to believe so we don't get lost. But for the people of the Balkans, the map was a death sentence. The Dayton Peace was finally achieved not through a grand epiphany of brotherhood, but through a collective exhaustion. It was a peace of the weary. They signed the papers, the cameras flashed, and the experts on the television told us that the new world had once again triumphed over the old. They spoke of implementation forces and demarcation zones, using the sterile language of the 32-bit era to describe the messy reality of human survival. I sat in my chair, watching the grainy footage of the signing ceremony, and I found myself thinking about the geography of grief. You can sign a paper in Dayton, but you cannot sign away the memory of a burned house. You can draw a line on a map, but you cannot draw a line through a mother's heart. The scars on the land in Europe will take generations to heal, long after the pens used in Ohio have run dry and been forgotten in a desk drawer. The pen is indeed mightier than the sword, as the old saying goes, but it is considerably slower than a heartbeat. A sword can end a life in a second. It takes a pen decades to build a world where that life might have flourished. We are a species that is very quick to destroy and remarkably slow to repair. We can start a war with a single command, but shutting down the hatred requires a level of patience that most of us simply do not possess. There is a profound irony in the fact that this piece was manufactured in the heartland. Earlier this year, we saw the heartland wounded by its own homegrown malice in Oklahoma City. Now, we see the heartland acting as the hospital for the world's oldest wounds. It is as if the Midwest is the designated recovery room of the planet, a place so quiet and so beige that it forces you to confront the absurdity of your own violence. I suspect the Dayton Peace will hold, mostly because the people involved have run out of things to burn. But it is a cold peace, a piece of taskbars and folders, where the different factions are kept in separate digital compartments to prevent the system from crashing. It is a 32-bit piece. It looks good on the screen, but if you look too closely at the pixels, you can still see the jagged edges underneath. As the delegates left Ohio and returned to their shattered hills, I turned off the glass hearth. The silence of my study felt different. I thought about the start button again. We are so obsessed with the start of things. The start of a new software, the start of a new century, the start of a new era of peace. But we rarely talk about the maintenance. We don't have a button for keep it going. We don't have a progress bar for forgiveness. The year 1995 has been a long series of arrivals. We have arrived at the information superhighway. We have arrived at the digital horizon. And now we have arrived at a peace, signed in a place where they build cash registers. It is a strange, cluttered, and hilarious history we are making. We are trying to solve the problems of the cave with the tools of the computer, and we are surprised when the result is a bit buggy. But for tonight, the guns are silent. The maps are drawn. The pens are capped. It is not a perfect piece. It is a Dayton piece, which is to say, it is sensible, Midwestern, and slightly dull. And in a world that has been screaming for 4 years, slightly dull is a miracle of the highest order. I shall go to bed now. I want to dream of a world where borders are made of nothing more than imagination, and where the only geography of grief is the distance between a man and his favorite cigar. The start button is still there, glowing in the corner of my eye, but for once, I think I'll just leave the machine off. Some things are better left to the slow, steady rhythm of the human heart, which doesn't require a Pentium processor to know when it's time to stop fighting. Sleep well, dear citizens of the heartland and beyond. The lines have been drawn, the ink is dry, and the night is quiet. Let us hope that tomorrow the only thing we have to negotiate is who gets the last piece of pie. It's a much better use of a pen, believe me. Good night, Dayton. Good night, Bosnia. And good night to the rest of you, clutching your treaties and your 32-bit dreams. May your peace be as lasting as a well-bound book and as sturdy as an Ohio barn. I'm out of ink anyway, and the heartbeat is getting louder. Chapter 13. The Golden Eye Rebirth. I have always maintained that the most durable thing on this planet is not a diamond, nor a mountain, nor the stubbornness of a tax collector, but a franchise. In my day, if a character had a good run, say, a detective who could tell your life story by the mud on your boots, or a boy who preferred a raft to a schoolroom, he eventually had the decency to retire, or at least have his author run out of ink. But in the year 1995, I have discovered that a hero never truly dies. He simply goes into development hell for 6 years and emerges with a different face and a better tailor. I speak, of course, of Commander James Bond, also known as 007, a man who has a license to kill, which I assume is much like a hunting permit, only with significantly more paperwork and a much higher requirement for dry cleaning. For the better part of a decade, Mr. Bond had been missing from the glass hearth. The world had changed while he was away. When he last left us, the Soviet Union was still a formidable, if slightly moth-eaten, bogeyman. The Iron Curtain was a solid wall of lead and ideology. But while Bond was in his hiatus, the curtain was taken down and sold as scrap metal. The Soviet Union dissolved like a sugar cube in a hot toddy, and the world found itself in a state of geopolitical confusion. Who do we spy on now? Where are the villains? In a world of information superhighways and 32-bit simulations, the old-fashioned spy, a man who hides behind a newspaper and carries a miniature camera, seems as anachronistic as a knight in shining armor trying to navigate a revolving door. And yet, in November of 1995, Mr. Bond returned in a spectacle called Golden Eye. The new face of the old guard. The first thing I noticed about this rebirth is that Mr. Bond has a new set of features. He is now played by a gentleman named Pierce Brosnan. He is a man of such symmetrical handsomeness that it is almost an insult to the rest of the human race. He looks like he was rendered by the folks at Pixar to be the platonic ideal of a secret agent. I observed him on the screen, and I must confess I felt a twinge of sympathy for him. To be James Bond in 1995 is to be a man out of time. He is a relic of the Cold War, as his new superior, a lady named M, who has the terrifying efficiency of a headmistress, plainly tells him. She calls him a sexist, misogynist dinosaur. Now, I have been called many things in my life: humorist, scoundrel, bankrupt, and once, by a particularly displeased lady in Cincinnati, a menace to the social fabric. But to be called a misogynist dinosaur to your face while you are wearing a $3,000 tuxedo is a level of professional critique that I find refreshing. It suggests that even the British Secret Service has been forced to install a start button on its social awareness. The high-tech hoodwink. The plot of GoldenEye involves a satellite weapon that can disable all the computers in the world. In my day, if you wanted to disable a civilization, you had to burn down the library or salt the fields. Now, you just need a pulse. The villain is a disgruntled former agent, a man who has traded his loyalty for a grudge and a high-tech hideout. This is a common theme in the 32-bit era. The enemy is no longer them. It is us. It is the disgruntled employee, the man who knows the password, the hacker who can topple a government from his mother's basement while eating a bowl of cereal. The film features a hacker character, a young man with messy hair and an attitude of profound disrespect for authority. He types on his keyboard with a frantic, percussive energy, as if he is playing a very difficult concerto. "I am invincible," he shouts, as he bypasses a security firewall. I have heard many men declare their invincibility. Usually, they are standing on the deck of a sinking ship, or are about to be hit by a falling piano. In the digital age, invincibility is a matter of having the fastest modem and the most JavaScript at your disposal. But as Mr. Bond eventually demonstrates, invincibility is no match for a well-placed explosive and a firm punch to the jaw. Some things remain physical even in a digital world. The absurdity of the gadget. Then there are the gadgets. I have always been a fan of inventions. I have invested in many of them, most of which resulted in me becoming an expert on the various ways a man can lose his life savings without ever leaving his chair. But the gadgets of Mr. Bond are in a class of their own. In GoldenEye, he is given a pen. To the untrained eye, it is a simple writing instrument, but in the hands of 007, it is a grenade. The pen is mightier than the sword. His quartermaster, a gentleman named Q, remarks with a dry British wit. Yes, I thought to myself, especially when the pen is filled with plastic explosives rather than ink. He is also given a watch that contains a laser. A watch. In my day, a watch had one job, to tell you that you were late for dinner. Now, a watch is a tool for cutting through steel floors and disabling security systems. I find this a most distressing development. If my watch started shooting lasers, I would be far less concerned with the time and far more concerned with the safety of my wrist. And of course, there is the car, a BMW. It is equipped with missiles, an ejector seat, and a self-destruct mechanism. I have owned several horses that seem to have a built-in self-destruct mechanism, usually triggered by the sight of a particularly large butterfly. But I never felt the need to arm them with missiles. The 1995 obsession with integrated systems has reached its peak in the Bond car. It is a 32-bit vehicle for a man who lives his life at 60 miles per hour and 3,000 frames per second. The timelessness of the martini. And yet, for all the talk of hacking and satellites and reinvention, James Bond remains stubbornly James Bond. He still wears a tuxedo with the grace of a man who was born in one. He still drives too fast, ignores his superiors, and possesses a liver that should, by all accounts, be in a medical museum. And he still drinks the martini, shaken, not stirred. I have spent a great deal of time in the saloons of the world. I have sampled the whiskeys of the frontier and the wines of the continent. I know that the way a man takes his drink is a declaration of his character. By demanding his martini be shaken, Mr. Bond is signaling to the world that he is a man of specific, unyielding tastes. He is a man who knows what he wants in a world that is increasingly confused about what it needs. The martini is the one thing the start button cannot improve. You cannot update a gin and vermouth. You cannot download the chill of the glass or the salt of the olive. In the middle of a high-tech explosion, Bond will always find the time to adjust his cuffs and order a drink. It is his superpower. It is the hand-drawn soul of the spy genre, refusing to be rendered into a silicon sheen. The Bond girl and the new century. I must also mention the Bond girl, a term that has survived into 1995 with its dignity only slightly tattered. In GoldenEye, the primary female lead is a computer programmer. She is not just a damsel in distress. She is the one who actually understands the GoldenEye satellite. She is the one who has to debug the apocalypse while Bond is busy falling off a dam. It is a sign of the times. In the old days, the lady's job was to look beautiful and scream when the villain appeared. Now, her job is to look beautiful and explain the satellite protocols to a man who doesn't know the difference between a hard drive and a hard target. It is progress, I suppose, though I suspect Mr. Bond finds the lecture on encrypted code significantly less interesting than the champagne. The legacy of the rebirth. As I watched the credits roll, accompanied by a theme song that sounded like a cat being strangled by a very expensive orchestra, I realized that the GoldenEye rebirth was a success. James Bond had survived the fall of the wall and the rise of the web. He had proven that as long as there are villains who want to rule the world, there will be a need for a man in a tuxedo to stop them. But more importantly, he had proven that we want him to survive. We need our icons to be timeless. In a year where everything is new, improved, and under construction, there is a profound comfort in a man who hasn't changed his drink order in 40 years. The start button is the future, yes, but the tuxedo is the past that refuses to go away. We are living in a digital simulation, but we still want our heroes to have a physical weight. We want them to sweat, to bleed, and to occasionally use a laser watch to get out of a tight spot. I walked out of the theater and looked at my own reflection in a shop window. I am a man of the 19th century, dressed in the fabrics of the 19th century, holding a cigar that was rolled in the 19th century. I felt a sudden kinship with Mr. Bond. We are both dinosaurs, I suppose. We are both relics of a Cold War or a steam age that the world has supposedly left behind. But as long as people still appreciate a good story, a sharp wit, and a perfectly prepared martini, I think there is room for both of us. The GoldenEye has closed. The satellites are safely in their orbits, and the world is once again safe for democracy and JavaScript. I think I'll go find a quiet corner and see if I can't find a drink that hasn't been shaken by the modern age. Sleep well, dear citizens. The spies are watching, the lasers are armed, and the start button is always in the bottom left corner. Just try not to blow up the world before breakfast. It's a very difficult thing to undo. Good night, 007. I'll see you in 6 years, or whenever they decide you need a new face. Until then, keep your tuxedo pressed and your M happy. And if you ever find yourself in Hannibal, Missouri, I'll show you a satellite that actually works. It's called the moon, and it doesn't require a password. Happy hunting. Chapter 14. The Gangsta's Paradise. I have lived long enough to know that every generation believes it has invented a new way to be loud, a new way to be misunderstood, and most certainly a new way to annoy its elders. In my own youth, the height of rebellion was whistling on a Sunday, or perhaps wearing one's hat at a jaunty, disrespectful angle. By the time I reached the middle of the 19th century, the outlaws were men like Jesse James, gentlemen who expressed their social dissatisfaction by robbing trains and then having the audacity to be written about in dime novels as if they were Robin Hood with better marksmanship and fewer tights. But the year 1995 has introduced a form of rebellion that does not require a horse, a six-shooter, or even a discernible melody. It requires a subwoofer, a device designed to vibrate the very marrow of one's bones, and a poetic sensibility that finds its home not in the drawing room, but in the gutter. I speak, of course, of the rise of gangsta rap, and specifically of a composition that dominated the airwaves this year like a thick percussive fog. Gangsta's Paradise by a gentleman named Coolio. I first encountered this jolt to the musical system while walking down a street in a modern city. A motor car approached, a sleek black vessel with windows so dark they appeared to have been painted with midnight. As it passed, I did not hear an engine. I felt a rhythmic thumping in my chest that I initially mistook for a localized earthquake, or perhaps the ghost of a Mississippi steamship boiler about to let go. The vehicle vibrated with a subterranean intensity, and from within emerged a voice that was half prayer and half threat. I am told this is the West Coast sound. It is a far cry from the hymns of my Missouri childhood, where the most scandalous thing you could do with a choir was have them sing slightly off-key during the doxology. The poetry of the pavement. Mr. Coolio, a man whose hair appears to have been caught in a series of very small, very permanent electrical storms, begins his opus with a line that even I recognize from the good book, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Now, I have spent a great deal of time in various valleys, and I have had the shadow of death cast upon me by doctors, creditors, and several very angry critics. It is a venerable, ancient sentiment, but Mr. Coolio does not follow it with the traditional comforts of the 23rd Psalm. Instead, he takes a look at his life and realizes there's nothing left, because he's been blasting and laughing so long that even his mother thinks his mind is gone. It is a masterpiece of the street narrative. I have always appreciated a man who can tell a story with grit under its fingernails. While the information superhighway was busy trying to sell us a beige, sanitized future where everyone is a user and everything is friendly, this music was a reminder that there are parts of the world that cannot be rendered into a silicon sheen. It is a world of struggle, of power and the money, and of a paradise that is, ironically, anything but. The song is built upon a sample, which is the modern term for borrowing a piece of someone else's house to build your porch. Of a Stevie Wonder tune, it has a haunting choral quality. It sounds like a funeral for a dream. I find it fascinating that in an age of 32-bit graphics and multimedia PCs, the most popular song in the country is a somber, minor-key lament about the cycle of poverty and violence. It suggests that for all our start buttons, we haven't quite figured out how to stop the oldest tragedies of the human condition. The theater of the gangsta. The gangsta is a fascinating social specimen. He is the 1995 version of the river pirate. He is a man who has decided that if the world will not give him a seat at the table, he will simply kick the table over and take the silverware. He cultivates a persona of absolute hardness. He does not smile in his photographs. He scowls with a level of intensity that would make a marble statue blink. And yet, there is a profound vulnerability beneath the bravado. Mr. Coolio laments that he is 23 now. Will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. I have seen many a young man in my time who felt the world was closing in on him. I have seen the desperation of the frontier and the crushing weight of the Gilded Age. But there is something uniquely modern about this 1995 despair. It is amplified by the glass hearth. The Gangsta's Paradise was not just a song, it was a movie tie-in for a film called Dangerous Minds, starring a lady named Michelle Pfeiffer. In this film, a refined lady, a former Marine no less, goes into the inner city to teach poetry to at-risk youth. In my day, we just called them boys who like to throw rocks. She wins them over by teaching them Bob Dylan and Dylan Thomas. It is a classic American fable, the idea that if you just read enough poetry to a scoundrel, he'll stop being a scoundrel and start being a scholar. I have my doubts about this theory. I have read a great deal of poetry to several scoundrels, and they usually just asked me if I had any spare tobacco, but it made for an excellent soundtrack. The rhythm of the 90s. The rhythm of this music is what truly strikes me. It is not a melody you can hum while you shave. It is a percussive truth. It is the sound of the city, the screech of tires, the hum of the wires, the heartbeat of the concrete. It is digital soul. I notice that the youth of 1995, even the ones who live in the heartland and have never seen a valley of death deeper than a drainage ditch, are obsessed with this music. They wear their trousers so low that the very concept of gravity seems like a suggestion rather than a law. They use words like homie and keep it real. What does it mean to keep it real? I asked a young man who was currently vibrating his way down the sidewalk. It means staying true to your roots, man, he replied, his eyes hidden behind glasses that looked like they were made of obsidian. Not selling out to the man. My dear boy, I said, I have spent 70 years trying to find a man who was willing to buy what I was selling, and I found that selling out is generally much more lucrative than staying real. But I admire your commitment to the aesthetic. He didn't understand me, of course. He was too busy walking through the valley. But I understood him. He is looking for something real in a world of beige. He is looking for a voice that hasn't been filtered by a corporate committee. And he found it in the raw, aching poetry of the West Coast. The weight of the struggle. Gangsta's Paradise is a cynical lecture on the vanity of the street, but it carries a weight of truth that the nightly news usually lacks. It speaks of the lines we draw between ourselves, the same lines I saw being drawn in Dayton and the same lines that were shattered in Oklahoma City. We are a species that loves to categorize. We have upper class and lower class, East Coast and West Coast, analog and digital. But as Mr. Coolio points out, when you're standing in the paradise, those distinctions don't matter much. Everyone is just trying to survive the night. It is a somber meditation to find in the middle of a year of Toy Story and JavaScript. It reminds us that while the information superhighway is connecting the minds of the wealthy, there is a very real, very physical road that many people are still forced to walk on foot. And that road is often dark, dangerous, and entirely devoid of help menus. As the song reached its final haunting chorus, the black car disappeared around the corner, leaving only the fading thump, thump, thump of the bass in the air. The street was quiet again, but the silence felt different. It felt like a start button that had been pressed on a conversation we weren't quite ready to have. The poetry of the street is the new gospel. It is loud, it is angry, and it is entirely honest about its own confusion. I find I cannot begrudge it. A man who can turn his struggle into a rhyme is a man who is still fighting, and I have always had a soft spot for a fighter. So, let the bass thump. Let the subwoofers rattle the windows of the beige houses. It is the sound of a world that refuses to be ignored. It is the sound of 1995 trying to find its soul in the middle of a gangsta's paradise. I think I'll go home and listen to it again. I want to see if I can find a way to rhyme Mississippi with information superhighway. It's a struggle, I know, but as Mr. Coolio says, tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Even a misogynist dinosaur can appreciate a truth like that. Sleep well, dear homies. The valley is dark, the shadow is long, and the start button is waiting. Just try to keep it real, or at least keep it within the legal noise ordinance. Good night, Coolio. Good night, West Coast. And good night to the dangerous minds of the heartland. May your paradise be a little more peaceful than the song suggests. And may your subwoofers never blow a fuse. I'm off to find some sculptural braids of my own. I suspect they'd look marvelous with a white suit. Chapter 15. The Blue M and M. I have lived through many an election in my time. I have seen men trade their votes for a jug of corn whiskey, and I have seen them march to the polls with a fervor that suggested the very survival of the republic rested upon whether the local sheriff was a man who preferred his law with a side of mercy or a side of graft. I have seen the great debates that split the nation asunder. Questions of silver and gold, of war and peace, of whether a man ought to be allowed to smoke his cigar in a public carriage without being accosted by a lady with a parasol and a grievance. But never, in all my travels through the dusty corridors of history, have I witnessed a more profound expression of the democratic spirit than the great candy crisis of 1995. In this year, while the diplomats were huddled in Ohio trying to stop a war, and while the start button was promising to reorganize the human brain into a series of tidy folders, the American public was invited to perform its highest civic duty, choosing a new color for a chocolate-covered peanut. The Mars Corporation, a name that suggests they are operating out of a planetary base, which would explain a great deal about the unearthly nature of their product, decided that the tan M&M was no longer sufficient for the modern palate. They decided to hold a national referendum. They didn't just add a color, they made it a campaign. They spent millions of dollars to ask 10 million people to weigh in on a question that had absolutely no bearing on the fate of the world, and yet the world responded with a roar of participation that would make a presidential candidate weep with envy. The choices were blue, pink, and purple. I sat before my glass hearth, watching the advertisements for this candy election, and I found myself struck by the sheer, unadulterated humbug of it all. We are told that we live in the information age, an era where we are more connected and informed than any generation in history. And yet, the primary use of this connection seems to be the collective obsession with the dye used in a confectionery coating. The tragedy of the tan. First, we must spare a thought for the tan M&M. It was the most honest color in the bag. It was the color of dust, of old parchment, and of a sensible pair of trousers. It didn't try to impress you with a silicone sheen or a neon glow. It was a humble, hard-working candy. But in 1995, humble is a dirty word. We want vibrant. We want interactive. We want our candy to look like it was rendered by a computer program rather than born of a cocoa bean. The tan M&M was evicted from the bag to make room for a newcomer. It was a victim of the new and improved mania. It didn't have a lobbyist. It didn't have a special interest group. It just had the misfortune of being the same color as the dirt beneath our feet. And in the 32-bit world, the dirt is being paved over with digital light. The campaign trail. The campaign was a masterstroke of marketing charlatanry. They had 1-800 numbers. They had ballots in the Sunday papers. They had exit polls. 10 million people, more than the population of many a sovereign nation, took the time to register their preference. "I voted for blue," a young lady on the television cried, her eyes shining with the pride of a woman who had just signed the Declaration of Independence. "It's so modern." Modern, I thought. My dear, the color blue is as old as the sky and the sea, though I suspect the blue you're voting for has never seen either one. I have always been suspicious of blue food. In nature, blue is a warning. It is the color of a poisonous berry, a bruised limb, or a piece of meat that has been sitting in the sun for 3 days too long. Blue is for things that look at the ground or things that stay in the clouds. It is not a color for things that go in the mouth. To eat a blue piece of chocolate is to engage in a form of culinary defiance that borders on the reckless. It is a declaration that you have entirely abandoned the analog world of natural hues for the digital world of artificial vibrancy. The victory of the azure. When the results were announced, blue won by a landslide. It took 54% of the vote. Pink and purple were left in the dust, relegated to the what-if category of history, alongside the League of Nations and the steam-powered bicycle. On the night of the announcement, the Empire State Building was bathed in blue light. I am not joking. We used one of the great architectural achievements of the human race to celebrate the fact that a candy company had decided to use a different bottle of food coloring. It was the vanity of consumer choice reached its most absurd pinnacle. I observed that the public was genuinely elated. People felt they had participated in something. They felt they had a voice. "See, Mr. TwAIn," a young man said to me, clutching a bag of the newly minted candies, "the people have spoken. We wanted blue, and we got blue. That's democracy in action." "No, my boy," I replied. "That is a consensus on a trifle. You have been given the illusion of power, so that you won't notice that your real choices are being made for you by men in sweaters and neckties. You can choose the color of your sugar, but you cannot choose the speed of your life, the price of your bread, or the quality of your air. You are voting for the wallpaper of your digital prison." He looked at me with a blank expression then popped a blue M&M into his mouth. His tongue turned a shade of azure that suggested he was suffering from a very festive case of cyanosis. The distraction of the trifle. This is the great secret of 1995. While the information superhighway is being laid beneath our feet, a network that will eventually track our every move, record our every thought, and sell our every secret, we are kept busy with the blue M&M. We are captivated by the color of our chocolate, while the very foundations of our physical reality are being traded for a 32-bit simulation. We are a nation of scene jumpers, as I noted in the DVD chapter. We want the climax of participation without the character development of actual civic responsibility. It is much easier to call a 1-800 number to vote for purple than it is to understand the Dayton Peace or the JavaScript jolt. The blue M&M is a distraction, a bright, sugary, shiny thing designed to keep the human animal amused while the cage is being built. I found myself marveling at the effrontery of the Mars Corporation. They have turned a product change into a national holiday. They have convinced the citizenry that their brand loyalty is a form of patriotism. It is a triumph of marketing over meaning. The blue tongue of progress. As I sat on my porch, watching the neighborhood children compare their blue tongues, I realized that the blue M&M is the perfect symbol for the year. It is entirely artificial, remarkably popular, and leaves a stain that is very difficult to wash off. It is progress in its most trivial form. We are entering an era where our identities are defined by the things we buy. I am a Mac user. I am a Windows 95 enthusiast. I am a blue M&M voter. We are no longer defined by our character, our work, or our faith. We are defined by our consumer preferences. We are users of life rather than livers of it. I decided to perform my own experiment. I went to the store and bought a bag of the new M&Ms. I poured them out on the table and separated the blue ones. They looked like tiny oval alien eggs. I picked one up and held it to the light. It glinted with a silicone sheen that reminded me of Buzz Lightyear's helmet. I ate it. It tasted exactly like the tan one. And that, my friends, is the most profound lesson of 1995. You can change the color, you can change the interface, you can change the start button, and you can even change the special features, but underneath the shell, it's still the same old chocolate. We are dressing up our ancient desires in new digital costumes, but the taste remains the same. We are still greedy, still curious, still distracted, and still remarkably easy to fool with a bit of bright dye. The blue M&M is the start button of the candy world. It is a way to make us feel like we are entering the future, when we are actually just going in circles around a sugar-coated peanut. I think I'll go for a walk. I want to see if I can find something that is blue because it's supposed to be, like a blue jay or a summer lake. I want to see a color that doesn't have a 1-800 number attached to it. Sleep well, dear voters. May your tongues be their natural color, your choices be meaningful, and your chocolate be, well, whatever color you were told to want this week. The information superhighway is humming, the start button is waiting, and the blue era is upon us. Just try not to choke on the progress. It's a bit harder to swallow than the tan version. Good night, and remember, democracy is a beautiful thing, but it's a bit of a waste when you use it on a peanut. I'm off to find a cigar. They don't come in blue, thank God. At least, not yet. Give the Mars Corporation another year, and they'll probably hold a vote on the color of the smoke. I'm voting for invisible. It's the only color that hasn't been marketed to death. Happy clicking, and keep your tongues in your mouths. The world is watching, and it's a very bright shade of azure. Chapter 16. The Gallantry of the Comet. I have always harbored a deep, personal, and somewhat superstitious relationship with the celestial bodies, specifically those long-haired vagabonds of the vacuum known as comets. I was born in 1835, just as Halley's Comet was making its grand icy debut in the heavens. I have often remarked that the Almighty, in a moment of peculiar celestial bookkeeping, saw fit to bring two such unaccountable freaks into the world at the same time. We came in together. We were both somewhat bright and entirely erratic, and I fully expected that we would go out together. And so we did, in 1910, though I seem to have been the only one of the two who found a way to linger about afterward in a beige box in the late 20th century. But as the summer of 1995 reached its humid zenith, I discovered that the universe is not a static gallery. It is a busy terminal, always welcoming new travelers, just as the old ones have faded from the short, flickering memories of the populace. In July of this year, a new wanderer was sighted, a magnificent ice ball that would come to be known as Hale-Bopp. I find the naming of these things to be a fascinating study in human vanity. In the old days, a comet was a portent. It was a hairy star that predicted the fall of a king or the failure of a turnip crop. Now, it is a race. On the 23rd of July, two gentlemen, Mr. Allen Hale in New Mexico and Mr. Thomas Bopp in Arizona, looked through their telescopes and saw the same smudge of light at approximately the same moment. Now, imagine the tension. If you find a gold nugget in a creek, you put it in your pocket and keep your mouth shut. But if you find a comet, you must scream it to the heavens in the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics as quickly as your modem will allow. Because they both saw it, the comet bears both their names. Hale-Bopp. It sounds like a vaudeville act, or perhaps a new brand of carbonated beverage designed to compete with the blue M&M for the attention of the youth. Hale-Bopp, the soda with celestial fizz. I observed this discovery with a mixture of nostalgia and cynicism. In 1995, we do not simply look at the sky, we process it. These gentlemen didn't just see a comet with their naked eyes, as my ancestors did while wondering if it meant the British were coming. No, they used CCD sensors and rendering power that would make the architects of the information superhighway nod in approval. We have turned the infinite majesty of the cosmos into a 32-bit digital image. The celestial update. The discovery of Hale-Bopp was immediately broadcast across the World Wide Web. Within hours, there were home pages dedicated to it. There were JavaScript counters telling us how many miles it was from the sun. There were digital simulations of its orbit. It was the ultimate update to the night sky. I find it a profound irony that in a year where we are obsessed with start buttons and taskbars, the universe decided to remind us that it has its own schedule. A comet does not require a service provider. It does not have a help menu. It does not care if your Pentium processor is running at 90 megahertz or if you've recently upgraded to Windows 95. It simply is. It is a traveler from the Oort cloud, a place that sounds like something a man says when he's been kicked in the stomach, and it is moving at speeds that make our high-speed modems look like a tethered goat. I spent an evening sitting on a porch in the heartland, looking toward the constellation of Sagittarius, trying to find the new visitor. The air was thick with the scent of mown grass and the low electric hum of a nearby transformer. I thought about Halley's, my old companion. There is a certain gallantry to a comet. It spends thousands of years in the dark, cold silence of the outer rim, only to dive into the fire of the sun, grow a magnificent glowing tail, and offer itself up for the inspection of every amateur with a pair of binoculars and a lukewarm beer. It is a performance of the highest order. It is a special feature that has been running for 4 billion years, and yet we act as though we have just invented the concept of a spectacle. The Hubble humbug. We are told by the men in the white coats that we are seeing the deepest space ever recorded, thanks to a giant eye in the sky called the Hubble Space Telescope. Now, I remember when they first launched that thing, it had a blurred vision problem that made it the laughingstock of the solar system. They had to send up a team of repairmen to give the telescope a pair of glasses. It was a very 1990s solution. When the high-tech miracle fails, you send a man with a wrench to fix the rendering error. By 1995, the Hubble was finally working, sending back images of nebulae and galaxies that looked like spilled ink in a kaleidoscope. They are beautiful, certainly, but they are perfect. As I noted in my meditation on the DVD, I have a deep-seated distrust of perfection. These images are color-enhanced. They are digitally cleaned. They are the silicon sheen applied to the face of God. I prefer the smudge. I prefer the shaky view through a hand-held glass, where the comet looks like a ghostly thumbprint on the velvet of the night. There is a hand-drawn soul to a comet when you see it for yourself. It isn't a file you've downloaded. It's a physical reality that has traveled 1 billion miles to be in your presence for a fleeting moment. The vanity of the observer. The reaction to Hale-Bopp revealed the peculiar vanity of the 32-bit age. Everyone wanted to own a piece of it. People were buying telescopes in record numbers, most of which would end up in the auction of the attic by next Christmas. They wanted to capture the image on their desktop. They wanted to use it as a screensaver. We have a desperate need to domesticate the wild things of the universe. We want to put a start button on the comet. We want to be able to click and pause its progress so we can go to the kitchen for more snacks. We are uncomfortable with a thing that we cannot control, a thing that follows its own ancient, icy logic. Hale-Bopp is a reminder that our information superhighway is just a tiny, flickering candle in a very large and very dark room. We think we are global and connected, but we are just a collection of confused primates standing on a rock that is hurtling through a vacuum, hoping the service provider doesn't go down. The memory of Halley's. I felt a sudden sharp pang of loneliness as I stared into the dark. I missed my old friend. Halley's Comet was a standard, I understood. It was a predictable, reliable eccentric. Hale-Bopp is an intruder, a new model that has arrived with a great deal of fanfare but without the history that I share with the 76-year traveler. And yet, there is a comfort in the repetition. The universe always sends a new traveler. When the Calvin and Hobbes picnic ends, a new story begins. When the VHS dies, the DVD rises. When the author of Huckleberry Finn finally stops his scratching, a new voice takes up the pen. The gallantry of the comet is its willingness to be forgotten. It knows that it will blaze across our sky, inspire a few poems and a great deal of scientific gibberish, and then it will retreat back into the dark for another 2,000 years. It doesn't care about its feedback rating. It doesn't need to update its profile. It is content to be a memory. The Midnight of the Heartland. As the night grew colder, I realized that 1995 is a year caught between two worlds. We are looking up at the ancient comets with one eye and down at our beige boxes with the other. We are trying to find our place in the digital simulation, while the physical reality of the cosmos is putting on a show above our heads. We are a 32-bit civilization trying to understand an infinite-bit universe. We have task bars for our chores, but we have no task bar for our awe. We have help menus for our software, but we have no help menu for the existential vertigo that comes from realizing how small we truly are. Hale Bop was just a smudge in July, but it promised to be a spectacular sight by the time it reached the sun in '97. It was a coming attraction for the end of the millennium. It was a signal that the start button had been pressed on the final act of the century. I went back inside, leaving the sky to its own devices. I sat before my monitor and watched the screensaver kick in, a series of digital stars flying toward the viewer. It was a poor substitute for the real thing. It was a silicon sheen of the infinite. I think I'll go to bed. I want to dream of a world where the only high-speed connection is the one between a man's eyes and the stars. I want to dream of a world where we don't need CCD sensors to see the beauty of the hairy star. Sleep well, dear observers. May your telescopes be clear, your smudges be bright, and your Hale Bop be exactly as magnificent as the advertisements promised. The universe is a grand theater, and we have the best seats in the house, even if the seats are a bit beige and the progress bar is moving slowly. Good night, Hallies, wherever you are in the dark. And welcome, Hale Bop. You've arrived in a very strange year, a year of blue M&Ms and JavaScript jolts. I hope you don't mind the noise. We're just trying to figure out how to start the future. I'm off to find a cigar. I want to see if I can make a tail of smoke that rivals yours. It won't last 2,000 years, but it'll smell a lot better than frozen methane. Happy hunting, and keep looking up. The beige box isn't the only thing that's glowing. Chapter 17. The Death of a Rose. I have lived long enough to know that the human race possesses a truly remarkable and, at times, terrifying capacity for collective grief. We are a species that can ignore a starving neighbor for 20 years and then fall into a state of absolute paralyzed mourning because a person we have never met, but whose image we have consumed on a regular basis, has ceased to draw breath. I have seen the funerals of kings, the wakes of poets, and the somber processions of generals. But as the spring of 1995 began to unfold, I witnessed the shattering of an icon that revealed a fault line in the American soul deeper than any I had seen in my time. I speak of the young lady known as Selena. Now I must confess to a certain degree of beige box ignorance. In the early months of this year, I was busy observing the start button, the JavaScript jolt. and the peculiar behavior of people who think a blue candy is a sign of civilizational progress. I was living in the English-speaking folder of the American experience. But in March, the walls of that folder were torn down by a tragedy that started in a motel in Corpus Christi, Texas, and rippled across the continent like a seismic wave. Selena Quintanilla Perez was, I am told, the Queen of Tejano. When I first heard the term Tejano, I initially thought it might be a new brand of spicy mustard or perhaps a particularly energetic form of card game played in the back rooms of San Antonio. But I soon learned that it is a music, a vibrant, percussive, and entirely soulful marriage of the old world and the new. It is the sound of the border, where the traditions of Mexico meet the restlessness of America. It is a music that possesses a hand-drawn soul, even when it is played through the high-tech subwoofers of a 1995 motor car. Selena was more than a singer, she was a rose. In a world of silicon sheen and 32-bit rendering, she was a physical reality of such warmth and charisma that she made the rest of the year look like it was running in low resolution. She had a voice that could make a stone weep and a smile that suggested she was in on a joke that the rest of us was still trying to figure out. The betrayal of the adoring. The tragedy that occurred on the 31st of March is a story that would make a Shakespearean villain pause for breath. Selena was not taken by a random act of nature or a faceless accident. She was betrayed by the one person whose job was to organize her adoration, the president of her fan club. I have always been suspicious of fan clubs. To my mind, a fan club is a collection of people who love you so much they eventually want to own a piece of your hair, your discarded envelopes, and eventually your very soul. To be the president of such an organization is a position of immense and dangerous proximity. It is like being a biographer who also happens to carry a pistol. Yolanda Saldivar, the lady in question, appears to have been a person who became so lost in the simulation of Selena's life that she forgot where her own began. When confronted with evidence of financial glitches, a modern term for taking money that doesn't belong to you, she responded with the ancient jagged edge of violence. The rose was cut down in its prime, and the electronic jury of 1995, which had been so busy with the O.J. Simpson trial, suddenly found itself with a new, much more heartbreaking tragedy to process. The Great Cultural Epiphany. The news of her passing arrived not with a bang, but with a series of frantic updates on the glowing screens. And then something fascinating happened, a moment of profound cultural realization. While half the country was in a state of absolute staggering grief, the other half was asking, who? It was a revelation of the silos of the information age. We are told that the World Wide Web is connecting us all, making us one big happy family. But 1995 proved that we are actually living in separate folders. The Spanish-speaking citizens of this country had been worshiping this icon for years. She was their start button, their golden eye, and their Calvin and Hobbes all rolled into one. But the inhabitants of the Beige folder had been entirely oblivious. I observed this with a great deal of interest. It is a classic American comedy of errors, though wrapped in a shroud. We are a nation that lives under the same roof but speaks entirely different languages. And I don't just mean Spanish and English, I mean the languages of experience, of heritage, and of rhythm. When Selena died, the Beige folder finally clicked on the Tejano file, and they were horrified by what they had missed. They saw a woman who was on the verge of crossing over, a term that implies she was moving from one folder to another. She was recording an album in English. She was prepared to become a superstar for the mainstream. But death, as it so often does, had its own system requirements. The funeral of the icon. The mourning in Corpus Christi was a spectacle of the heart. Tens of thousands of people stood in the Texas heat, clutching roses and weeping as if they had lost a sister. I have seen many a funeral, but this had a different quality. It wasn't the somber, stiff-collared grief of a New England cemetery. It was a beady-beady bomb-bomb grief, a celebration of life that refused to be silenced by a casket. The glass hearth was filled with images of her fans. They were young, old, and everything in between. They were a reminder that for all our talk of global markets and digital versatile discs, we are still a species that requires a hero. We require a rose to look at, a voice to listen to, and a story to believe in. I noticed a particular cynicism in some of the news reports. The talking heads, who seemed more interested in the market impact of her death than the tragedy of her life. They talked about the sales of her posthumous album, Dreaming of You, as if it were a successful IPO. They analyzed the demographics of her fan base. It was the information age trying to quantify a broken heart. "See, Mr. TwAIn," a young man said to me, pointing at the charts on the screen. "She's bigger now than she ever was. Her album is going straight to #1. It's a tragedy, sure, but it's a great career move." "My dear boy," I replied, "if you believe that being shot in the back in a budget motel is a career move, I suggest you spend less time with your taskbar and more time with your soul. A #1 album is a fine thing, but it's a poor substitute for a 30-second birthday. We are becoming a nation that prefers the simulation of a person, the record, the video, the image, to the person themselves. We like our icons safe, silent, and rendered in digital perfection. The fragility of the rose. The death of Selena was the stop button of 1995. It was a moment where the frantic clicking of the start button didn't matter. It was a reminder that we are made of flesh and blood, not ones and zeros. I find myself reflecting on the geography of grief once more. Whether it is in Bosnia, Oklahoma City, or a motel in Texas, the map of human suffering remains the same. It is a territory of missed connections and deleted scenes. Selena was a rose that grew in the borderlands, a place that is neither here nor there, but somewhere in between. She was a bridge between cultures, a voice that was trying to harmonize the discord of the American experience. When she was taken, the bridge didn't collapse, but it became a much lonelier place to walk. The year 1995 will be remembered for its innovations, its JavaScript, its DVDs, and its blue M&Ms. But beneath the silicon sheen, it will also be remembered for the shattering of the icon. It was the year we realized that even in the digital age, a single voice can unite a culture, and a single act of malice can silence it forever. I think about her often when I hear the low thump of a bass from a passing car. I wonder what updates she would have brought to the world if she had been allowed to stay. Would she have conquered the information superhighway? Would she have had her own website with special features and wiki entries? Probably, but I suspect she would have been much more interested in the people. She was a hand-drawn soul in a 32-bit world, and that is a rare and beautiful thing. The aftermath of the silence. As the spring moved into summer, the grief began to settle into a legacy. There were movies, there were statues, and there were endless tributes. We are very good at maintaining our icons once they are safely gone. We can update their image, remaster their voices, and auction their memories in the attic of our nostalgia. But the silence remains. I sat on my porch and watched a single red rose in the garden. It didn't have a start button. It didn't have rendering power. It just had the gallantry to exist, to bloom, and to eventually fade. It was a much better symbol for Selena than anything Microsoft could devise. Sleep well, dear Rose. May your dreaming be peaceful, your beady beady bomb bomb be eternal, and your crossing over be to a place where there are no fan club presidents with pistols and no glitches in the heart. The start button is waiting for the next chapter, but for tonight, I think I'll just sit in the silence. The music has stopped, the rose has fallen, and the information superhighway feels like a very long and very empty road. Good night, Corpus Christi. Good night, Selena. And good night to all of you clutching your posthumous albums and your 32-bit memories. Try to remember that the most beautiful things in life are the ones that can't be updated. They can only be loved. I'm off to find a cigar. I want to see if I can blow a smoke ring that stays in the air for just a second longer than the world expects. It's a small tribute, I know, but in 1995, we take what we can get. Happy clicking, and keep your roses close. You never know when the system is going to require a shutdown. Chapter 18, The Java Bean and the Java Code. I have spent a significant portion of my life, and nearly all of my mornings, under the influence of a dark, aromatic, and occasionally life-saving decoction known as coffee. I have pursued the perfect bean from the hills of Turkey to the docks of New Orleans, and I have found that coffee is the only thing that separates the civilized man from the fellow who wants to set fire to his own curtains before noon. It is the fuel of the intellect, the lubrication of the literary gears, and the only reason most of us have the fortitude to face a Monday. But as the year 1995 continues its frantic, percussive dance toward the millennium, I have discovered that the human race has decided to take its obsession with the bean and apply it to the very architecture of our digital existence. On the 23rd of May, a company with the grand and somewhat celestial name of Sun Microsystems unleashed a new language upon the world. They didn't call it BASIC, Fortran, or C++, names that suggest a group of mathematicians having a very dull argument in a windowless room. They called it Java. The marketing of the stimulant. I must tip my hat to the charlatans of the marketing department. It is a master stroke of psychological manipulation. By naming a programming language after a stimulant, they have convinced a generation of developers that their work is not merely a collection of logical instructions, but an extension of their own jittery, caffeine-soaked souls. "Why Java?" I asked a gentleman who appeared to be composed entirely of flannel and espresso. "Because it's hot, Mr. TwAIn," he cried, his hands trembling with the exquisite vibration of a three-shot latte. "It's fresh. It's the energy that powers the web." "My dear boy," I replied, "I have seen many hot things in my time, steam engines, prairie fires, and the tempers of a jilted lover, and I have noticed that they all eventually cool down or explode. To name a piece of mathematics after a beverage is like naming a steamship oolong. It doesn't make it move any faster, it just makes the passengers expect a biscuit." But Java is more than just a name. It is a philosophy. The great promise of Java, the gospel of the sun, is a phrase that I find both profoundly ambitious and deeply suspicious. Write once, run anywhere. The universal language humbug. I have a long-standing grievance with the idea of universal languages. In my day, various well-meaning lunatics tried to foist things like Volapük or Esperanto upon the world, claiming that if we all just spoke the same brand of nonsensical gibberish, war would cease, and we would all live in a state of perpetual brotherhood. It was a lovely thought, suitable for a Sunday school lesson, but it ignored the fundamental truth that a man would rather be misunderstood in his own language than understood in a language that sounds like a squirrel choking on a walnut. But Java claims to have solved the problem for the machines. They say that a program written in Java can run on a PC, a Macintosh, a toaster, or perhaps even a particularly sophisticated grandfather clock, provided the Java Virtual Machine is present. The Java Virtual Machine, JVM, is a fascinating bit of digital folderol. It is a machine that lives inside your machine. It is a simulation of a computer that translates the Java code into something your actual computer can understand. It is a translator that never gets tired, never asks for a raise, and never accidentally insults the host's mother. I find this to be a most 32-bit solution. We are no longer content with the world we have. We must build a digital world inside the digital world. We are living in a series of Russian nesting dolls, where each layer is a virtual version of the one before it, until the original physical reality is nothing more than a distant, dusty memory. The absurdity of the object. To understand Java, one must grapple with the concept of object-oriented programming. Now, I have always considered myself a man who understands objects. An object is a thing you can trip over in the dark, a thing you can hurl at a politician, or a thing you can sell at the auction of the attic for 3 times its worth. But in Java, an object is a digital entity that possesses data and behavior. They have classes, which sound like a social hierarchy for mathematics. They have inheritance, where a child object can inherit the properties of a parent object. "See, Mr. TwAIn," the flannel-wearing youth explained, "a car is a class. A Ford Mustang is an object that inherits from the car class. It has the methods of a car, like start and stop. But it has its own attributes like red paint and too much horsepower." "So," I said, "you have invented a way for machines to have ancestors. You have given the computer a family tree. I find this most distressing. If a machine can inherit its methods from its father, it's only a matter of time before it starts inheriting his debts and his gout. We are turning our processors into a digital aristocracy, complete with a hereditary right to crash at the most inconvenient moment. He assured me that it made the code modular and reusable. I have heard that before. Reusable is often just a polite way of saying, I couldn't think of anything better, so I'm using the old garbage again. The applet and the digital fruit. The true jolt of Java in 1995 was the applet. This is a small digital program that lives inside a web page. When you visit a site, the applet downloads and runs right there in your browser. Suddenly, the wiki web was filled with little animated gears, scrolling tickers, and interactive buttons that changed color when you looked at them. It was the JavaScript jolt, taken to its logical, caffeinated extreme. I observed one such applet, a small clock that sat in the corner of a web page, ticking away with a mechanical precision that would make a Swiss watchmaker hang his head in shame. Why do I need a clock on my screen? I asked. I have a watch in my pocket, a clock on the wall, and the sun in the sky. Why must my information superhighway be cluttered with the relentless passage of time? It's an applet, Mr. TwAIn, the youth cried. It shows what the language can do. It's interactive. It's dynamic. My boy, I said, if the pinnacle of your universal language is a small digital clock that tells me I've already wasted 10 minutes looking at a picture of a dancing hamster, I think we may have reached the end of civilization. We have turned the universal brain into a nursery filled with shiny, useless toys. The garbage collector. There is one feature of Java that I find genuinely admirable, and that is the garbage collector. In most programming languages, the author is responsible for cleaning up after himself. If he creates a bit of data, he must remember to destroy it when he is finished, or the machine's memory will fill up with digital debris until it chokes to death on its own clutter. But Java has an automatic garbage collector. It is a digital servant that wanders through the heap, another lovely term for the machine's memory, and throws away any objects that are no longer being used. I find this to be a most civilized arrangement. If only I had a garbage collector for my own life. Imagine a servant who followed you through the day, throwing away the bad ideas, the unpaid bills, the half-finished stories, and the memories of that one disastrous lecture in Cleveland. We would all be much lighter, and our processors would run much more smoothly. But as it stands, the garbage collector only works for the machines. We humans are still forced to carry our unreferenced objects with us until the very end. The coffee code connection. As I sat in a cyber cafe, a place where people pay $5 for a cup of lukewarm bean water and the privilege of staring at a progress bar, I realized that the Java era is the perfect expression of 1995. We are a nation on edge. We are fueled by caffeine and silicon sheen. We are trying to build a world that is platform independent, even as we become increasingly dependent on the platforms themselves. We are riding once and running anywhere, but we aren't actually going anywhere. We are sitting in beige chairs, in beige rooms, clicking start buttons and watching applets spin their digital gears. We have the energy of a coffee high, but we have the direction of a fly trapped in a bottle. The Java code is the skeleton of the new world. It is the language of the information superhighway, a tongue that doesn't care if you're in Bettendorf or Bombay, so long as your JVM is up to date. It is a cold, logical, and entirely object-oriented way to exist. The jittery horizon. I finished my coffee, the real kind, made of beans and water, and looked at the screen. The applet was still ticking. The garbage collector was still collecting. The JVM was still simulating. We are living in a caffeinated dream. We have turned the universal language into a marketing campaign, and the universal knowledge into a series of interactive clocks. We are inheriting our behaviors from our digital parents and cleaning up our messes with automatic servants. The year 1995 is a jittery, percussive, 32-bit symphony. It is the sound of a billion keys clicking, a billion fans humming, and a billion cups of coffee being poured. We are starting up, we are loading, and we are running anywhere. I think I'll go home and have a nap. I don't need a virtual machine to tell me how to do that. I just need a quiet room and a complete lack of applets. Sleep well, dear developers. May your classes be orderly, your inheritance be wealthy, and your garbage collector be merciful. The code is running, the bean is brewing, and the start button is waiting. Just try not to run so far that you forget how to stay. Good night, Sun Microsystems. Good night, Java. And good night to the rest of you, clutching your lattes and your laptops. May your write once be a masterpiece, and your run anywhere lead you somewhere worth being. I'm off to find a cigar. They don't have a garbage collector for the ash, but at least the behavior is predictable. Happy clicking, and keep the coffee coming. The future is a very thirsty place. Chapter 19. The $1,000,000 Browser. I have spent the better part of my natural and unnatural life in a state of profound oscillating financial ruin. I have invested in steam-driven typesetting machines that possess the mechanical complexity of a Swiss watch and the reliability of a drunkard on a unicycle. I have bought silver mines that contained everything except silver, and I have backed inventions that were guaranteed to change the world, provided the world didn't mind being set on fire. I am, in short, a connoisseur of the sure thing that turns out to be a spectacular nothing. But even I, a man who once spent a fortune on a patent for an adjustable garment strap that nobody wanted, was struck dumb by the events of August 9th, 1995. On that morning, a company called Netscape Communications went public on the stock exchange, and the world witnessed the birth of a new kind of alchemy, the art of turning a piece of software that everyone was getting for free into a mountain of gold that didn't actually exist. The initial public humbug. The event is known in the jargon of the counting house as an IPO, an initial public offering. In my day, if you wanted to offer your company to the public, you generally had to have a company first. You needed a factory that made something you could drop on your toe, a ledger filled with black ink, and perhaps a few years of profits, that quaint 19th century notion where you take in more money than you spend. But Netscape had none of these things. They had been in existence for about 15 minutes. They had never made a nickel in profit. In fact, they were losing money with a speed and enthusiasm that I found deeply relatable. Their primary product was a browser, a window into the information superhighway that most people were downloading for nothing. And yet, when the opening bell rang on Wall Street, the madness that descended upon the traders was something I haven't seen since the great silver fever of '63. The stock was supposed to be priced at $14. They raised it to $28 before the doors even opened. By the time the sun had reached its zenith, the price had touched $75. A company that sold nothing, made nothing, and owned nothing but a few rows of beige computers and a lot of rendering power was suddenly valued at nearly $3 billion. The magic of the dot-com. I asked a gentleman in a very sharp suit, a man who looked like he had been born with a ticker tape in his hand, how a company with no earnings could be worth $3 billion. "It's not about the earnings, Mr. TwAIn," he cried, his eyes wide with the frantic light of the true believer. "It's about the potential. It's about the real estate of the mind. Netscape owns the doorway to the future. Every man, woman, and child who wants to navigate the web has to go through them. They are the toll booth on the information superhighway." "My dear boy," I replied, "I have seen many a toll booth in my time. Generally, the fellow who owns the booth has to provide a road that actually leads somewhere. If your highway is just a collection of dancing hamsters and under-construction banners, I suspect the travelers are eventually going to stop paying the toll. You are selling the sizzle of a steak that hasn't even been slaughtered yet." But he wasn't listening. He was too busy buying. This was the birth of the dot-com fever. It is a new form of magic where you add .com to the end of any word, be it shoes, groceries, or disgruntled mules, and suddenly your value increases by a factor of 10. We have decided that the virtual is more valuable than the physical. We would rather own the idea of a bookstore than the books themselves. The wunderkind of the wires. The face of this revolution is a young man named Mark Andreessen. He is 24 years old. When I was 24, I was a journeyman printer with a dusty coat and a head full of bad ideas. Mr. Andreessen, however, is a wunderkind. He appeared on the cover of Time magazine sitting on a golden throne, barefoot, looking for all the world like a young Napoleon who had traded his horse for a mouse. He is the co-author of Mosaic, the first browser that allowed people to see pictures and text at the same time. This is the silicon sheen I have previously lamented. He turned the information superhighway from a dry academic ledger into a colorful, interactive circus. I observed his image and felt a familiar twinge of envy. Here was a lad who had invented a compositor that actually worked. He didn't have to worry about lead-type jamming or mechanical arms breaking. His typesetter was made of light and logic. He had discovered the ultimate labor-saving device. He had made the users do all the work of creating the content, while he simply provided the window. The browser wars, a gilded conflict. The Netscape IPO was the opening salvo in the browser wars. You see, Mr. Gates and his Microsoft empire had finally woken up to the fact that the start button was useless if it didn't lead to the web. They had spent the last year pretending the internet was a passing fad, like the hula hoop or the belief in an honest politician. But when they saw the $3 billion valuation of Netscape, they reacted with the cold, calculated fury of a titan who has been insulted by a gnat. They realized that they didn't just want to start the computer. They wanted to own the window. They began to prepare their own browser Internet Explorer, and they hit upon a strategy that would make a Gilded Age monopolist blush. They decided to give it away for free, bundled with every copy of Windows 95. It is a masterful, ruthless game. How do you compete with a company that gives away the very thing you are trying to sell? It is like a man opening a bakery next to yours and handing out free bread to everyone who walks past, financed by his successful coal mine down the road. It isn't business. It is a siege. The speculation of the specters. I sat in my study watching the Netscape Navigator icon on my screen, a ship's wheel against a starry night. It is a lovely bit of branding. It suggests adventure, discovery, and a steady hand at the helm. But in 1995, the ship is sailing on a sea of venture capital, a term for money that belongs to someone else and is being spent by people who have no intention of paying it back. We have become a nation of speculators once again. We are trading in clicks, hits, and eyeballs. We have forgotten that a company is supposed to provide a service or a product that people actually need. Instead, we are looking for the next IPO, the next million-dollar browser, the next sure thing. I remember the silver fever in Nevada. I saw men buy feet in a mine that was nothing more than a hole in the ground filled with hopeful shadows. They traded those feet, they grew rich on paper, and they lived like kings in the saloons of Virginia City. And then, one day, the shadows moved, the feet were found to be lead, and the kings were back to being paupers before the bar closed. The dot-com fever is the same madness, only it is being conducted at the speed of light. We are navigating toward a horizon that is made of 32-bit graphics, and we are surprised that we can't find a place to drop the anchor. The danger of the magic. There is a danger in this magic. When you decouple the value of a thing from its reality, you lose your hand-drawn soul. When a man can become a millionaire without ever breaking a sweat or producing a single useful object, he begins to believe that the world is a simulation that he can manipulate at will. The million-dollar browser is the ultimate expression of the 1995 vanity. It is user-friendly. It is interactive. And it is under construction. It promises us that we can be anything, see anything, and buy anything, provided we never look away from the screen. As the year grinds toward its conclusion, the Netscape fever shows no sign of breaking. Other companies are lining up to go public. There are startups appearing in every garage from Palo Alto to Poughkeepsie. Everyone wants to be the next Mark Andreessen. Everyone wants to sit on the golden throne with their feet bare. I turned off my machine and watched the little white dot in the center of the screen fade into the black. I thought about my own investments. I thought about the Beige compositor, all 2 tons of its magnificent, useless iron. At least I could touch it. At least I could hit it with a hammer when it failed me. You can't hit a browser with a hammer. You can only refresh it and hope for the best. The final toll. The information superhighway has its first toll booths, yes. But they aren't charging money. They are charging attention. They want your time, your data, and your eyeballs. And the men on Wall Street have figured out how to turn that attention into a $3 billion fortune. We are living in a gilded age of the wires. It is bright, it is shiny, and it is covered in a very thin layer of gold that is already beginning to flake off at the edges. But for now, the band is playing, the start button is glowing, and the navigator is pointing toward the stars. I think I'll go for a walk. I want to see if I can find a physical reality that doesn't have an IPO scheduled for next week. I suspect the river is still there, and I suspect its valuation hasn't changed a bit. It's still worth exactly one moment of peace, which is more than you can save for a .com. Sleep well, dear speculators. May your initial offering be public, your potential be infinite, and your eyeballs be captivated. The market is open, the wires are humming, and the million-dollar browser is waiting for your next click. Just try not to lose your shirt in the virtual laundry. Good night, Netscape. Good night, Wall Street. And good night to the rest of you clutching your stock options and your 32-bit dreams. May your navigation lead you to a profit, or at least a very interesting deleted scene. I'm off to find a cigar. They haven't found a way to bundle them with Windows yet, thank God, though I'm sure Mr. Gates is working on it. Happy clicking, and keep an eye on the progress bar. In the world of the .com, you're either loading or you're finished. And the difference is often just a single JavaScript jolt away. Chapter 20. The Midnight of the 32-bit year. There is a particular kind of melancholy that attaches itself to the final hours of a year, a feeling not unlike watching a slow-moving river carry away a hat you quite liked but were too lazy to chase. We spend 364 days grumbling about the weather, the taxes, and the inexplicable behavior of our neighbors, only to find ourselves on the 365th day clutching the doorpost of the calendar and begging for just one more hour of the very misery we claim to despise. It is a human trait, this sudden, frantic affection for the familiar. But as I sat in the dim light of my study on the 31st of December, 1995, I realized that this was no ordinary changing of the guard. This was not merely the passing of one year to another. It was the closing of the gate on the physical world and the final, irrevocable double-click into the digital one. I sat before the glass hearth, that glowing beige oracle that has become the centerpiece of the American home. Around me, the world was preparing to celebrate with the usual assortment of loud noises, fermented beverages, and promises of self-improvement that will be discarded by the second week of January. But I felt as though I were sitting on the deck of a great ship that had finally slipped its moorings. The shore, the solid, ink-stained, horse-drawn shore of my youth, was receding into a thick 32-bit fog. The tally of the Beige ledger. I looked back over the year, and what a cluttered, hilarious, and heartbreaking ledger it has been. We began with the Great Beige Awakening, a time when we decided that the future was something you installed with a stack of floppy disks. We watched the trial of the century turn justice into a television serial, and we saw the shadow over the heartland remind us that even in a world of wires, the ancient darkness still finds a way to crawl through the window. We saw a plastic cowboy and a spaceman teach us that the hand-drawn soul can survive the silicon sheen. We saw the JavaScript jolt turn the library of the world into an interactive carnival, and we saw Auction Web prove that a man will pay $14 for a broken laser pointer if you give him a submit bid button and a sense of urgency. We said a tearful goodbye to a boy and his tiger in the snowy woods, and we said a cautious hello to a million-dollar browser that promised to show us everything while we saw nothing. We voted for the color of our chocolate, we argued over the geography of grief in Dayton, and we watched James Bond trade his Cold War relics for a laser watch and a hacker's disrespect. It has been a year of arrivals, but as the clock ticked toward midnight, I realized that we had arrived at a destination we weren't entirely prepared for. The simulation of the soul. I observed the Start button in the corner of my screen. It has been there since August, a tiny gray constant in a world of flux. It occurs to me now that the Start button is not just a feature of an operating system. It is the new metaphor for the human experience. In the old world, the one I recognize, life was a series of physical events. You walked, you talked, you ate, you worked. There was a directness to it. But in the 32-bit world, life is a series of commands. We don't go anywhere. We navigate. We don't speak. We send. We don't remember. We save as. We have begun to live inside the simulation. I see it in the way people walk down the street. Their eyes aren't on the horizon, but on the little pagers clipped to their belts. I see it in the way they talk about their connections, as if they were referring to a telephone exchange rather than a human friendship. We are trading our physical reality for a 32-bit representation of it, and we are remarkably pleased with the bargain. "See, Mr. TwAIn," a young man said to me earlier this evening, pointing at a digital fireplace on his monitor. "It's perfect. No smoke, no ash, no need to chop wood. It's just like a real fire." "My dear boy," I replied, "a fire that doesn't warm the toes and doesn't require the labor of the axe is not a fire. It is a picture of a fire. You are sitting in a cold room, staring at a collection of glowing pixels, and you are congratulating yourself on your comfort. You are living in a dream that has been rendered by a machine, and you have forgotten that the real world is currently freezing your ears off." He didn't care. He was too busy interacting with the digital embers. The looming shadow of the why. As the midnight hour approached, I noticed a new kind of murmur in the digital air, a whisper of a coming catastrophe. They call it Y2K. It seems that the great minds who built our 32-bit utopia, in their infinite silicon-scented wisdom, decided to save a bit of memory by representing the year with only 2 digits. They assumed, with the arrogance of the short-lived, that the world would surely have invented something else by the time the year 2000 arrived. But now, as the 95 prepares to turn into 96, the realization is dawning that when the 99 turns into 00, the machines might think it is 1900. I find this to be the most delicious piece of irony in the history of technology. We have built a global brain, a worldwide web, and an information superhighway, and the whole magnificent structure is currently threatened by the fact that the machines don't know what century it is. It is as if the great pyramids of Egypt were brought low by a particularly stubborn termite. We are terrified that the Start button will become a Stop button. We are terrified that the Java will stop brewing and the DVDs will stop spinning. We are terrified that we will be forced to return to a world of ink, steam, and physical reality, a world we have spent the last 12 months trying to escape. What if the planes fall out of the sky? People ask. What if the banks lose our money? What if the toasters turn against us? I can only laugh. If the planes fall, I say, we shall walk. If the banks lose the money, we shall trade broken laser pointers. And if the toasters turn against us, well, I have always found a toasted bagel to be overrated anyway. The pressing of the button. The final minute of 1995 began. On the screen, the little clock, the Java applet I so frequently mocked, showed the seconds ticking away. 57, 58, 59. Midnight! The year 1996 arrived without a glitch, without a crash, and without the toasters staging a revolution. The lights stayed on. The start button remained in its corner, gray and patient. But I felt the shift. We are no longer just observing the digital age. We are residents of it. We have checked in, and we have forgotten how to check out. The start button hasn't just been pressed. It has been held down. Volume 16, the start button, is now a saved file. It is part of our history, a 32-bit chapter in the long, messy story of the human race. We have learned to navigate the web. We have learned to bid in the auction, and we have learned to find a paradise in a percussive rhythm. But as I look toward the next chapter, I feel a sense of profound curiosity mixed with a healthy dose of dread. We are entering a year of N64s, of cloned sheep, and of an internet that is growing faster than a weed in a Missouri garden. We are moving toward a millennium that promises to be even more beige, even more digital, and even more ridiculous than the year we have just finished. The final log off. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the world was celebrating. I saw the fireworks reflecting in the glass of my neighbor's hearth. I saw the blue glow of a television in every parlor. We are a connected people now. We are woven into the web. We are 32-bit souls in a 64-bit universe. And as I watched the smoke from a celebratory cannon drift across the moon, I realized that the start button was just the beginning of the end of the world as I knew it. I think I'll stay for a while. I want to see what happens when the 99 turns into 00. I want to see if the hand-drawn soul can survive the Y2K bug. I want to see if we ever figure out how to shut down the madness and go back to the picnic. But for tonight, I am content. I have a cigar, I have a quiet room, and I have a memory that hasn't been upgraded yet. Sleep well, citizens of the digital frontier. The start button has been pressed, the loading bar is at 100%, and the new year is under construction. Just try to remember where you put your physical self before you log off for the night. Good night, 1995. You were a grand, hilarious beige disaster, and I shall miss you in a deleted scene sort of way. And hello, 1996. I hope you brought more than just a faster modem. We're going to need all the rendering power we can get. I'm off to find a match. My cigar has timed out, and I find that I still prefer the analog way of starting a fire. It's a bit more work, but the special features are much more satisfying. Happy New Year, world. Keep clicking. The next volume is just a refresh away. The end. This has been Mark Twain,